The right side.
Yeah, now we can hear.
Start from the left side. I want to introduce our director of the campus here, who is Dr. Sinai Kasoze, and you stand up for the Next is our rector, Mr. Jamil Salwanda, and he also stand up for recognition. And next to him is His Excellency, High Commission Pakistan, Muhammad Hassan Wazir. We all know this program. So thank you for that small exercise. The next on the agenda now is to have our open remark, which will be by our rector. Yes,
They can hear.
welcome you for this.
Yeah, but it's very, the sound is very,
Low? Very low?
yeah.
Very low. I need to be on mute. I think with the host, there's not allowed. Who is the host?
Host, he's the,
I need.
what is he not allowing?
the host. Make that one.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Assalamu alaikum sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Uganda, and General Secretary
Forensic was nine. Hello,
our dear facilitators from
hello. Are you
comstech,
facing the cover here?
the Deputy Director,
Yes.
the Deputy Director for the campus, the Dean of the Faculty of Health Science, the Deputy Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences, the staff of the Islamic University in Uganda, the participants
are from various universities as represented here. I really take the appreciation for your turn up because it is a distance. Here I get the participants from Guru University, other universities presented here. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Online, joining from Pakistan, as is on official duties there. The staff of the Islamic University in Uganda and the students of the Islamic University in Uganda. You are all welcome to the Islamic University in Uganda, Kampala campus, where we are hosting our training on randomized clinical trials. You are all welcome, and it's a great opportunity for the Islamic University in Uganda to host this function. And as we get ready, Your Excellency, our chief guest, I would like to run through quickly what is the Islamic University in Uganda. I know very well that the participants, all participants would have had or must have had what is Islamic University in Uganda. But for more kind of understanding in a very short time, I would like to take you through what is Islamic University in Uganda. First of all, I want to inform the participants, Your Excellency, that Islamic University in Uganda is the second university to be established in Uganda. That is by 1988. So you can imagine that by 1988, there was only one university in Uganda. And this gives the position and the relevance of the Islamic University in Uganda. This is an intergovernmental and international university, which is hosted by Uganda on behalf of OIC. And it is established by an act of parliament, that is the IUIU Act, CAPNA 131, as per the bilateral agreement between Uganda and OIC, that is the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. The history of the Islamic University in Uganda dates back as far as 1974. Members who are here, maybe this is a great opportunity to hear this history and to get representatives from that historical country which led or where the summit of leaders from the Muslim world who sat at the city of Lahore and proposed to establish 2 universities in Africa. We are really grateful to the Republic of Pakistan that they hosted that summit, and from there a proposal was muted, and we see the establishment of 2 universities in Africa. One of them is the Islamic University in Uganda to serve the Anglophone or the English-speaking Africa, and the University of Niger to serve the French-speaking Africa. This is a great contribution, a great support towards the development of the education sector in Uganda. As the university started in 1988, it started with the only one campus, that is the main campus, which is about 220 kilometers from the capital city. I hope our participants will have a chance to travel and see the main campus. And it is at the main campus where we take it as the headquarters of the university, and it's where the rector sits and the other officers, and these other campuses get all the support from there. By the time of the establishment of the university, we started with the 2 faculties, that is the Faculty of Islamic Studies and Arabic Language, the Faculty of Education, and the student population by this the starting point were only 80 students. As we talk now, we are talking about, Your Excellency, 4 campuses, from 1 to 4 campuses. The main campus, which is in Bale City, the Kampala campus, which is here at Chibuli, and this is where we are. The Arua campus, I hope there are members from Arua campus participating here, and the females campus that is in Kaboja. As we talk now, members, dear participants, Your Excellency, we are having 8 faculties which are being run by the university. We have the Faculty of Islamic Studies and Arabic Language, the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, the Faculty of Management Studies, the Faculty of Science, the Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Health Sciences, and the most recently established Faculty of Agribusiness and Natural Resource Science. So you can see the cross-section of their specialties which are being managed by Islamic University in Uganda. In terms of enrollment, in terms of academic programs, we are talking about more than 100 academic programs which are accredited by the National Council for Higher Education. And also in terms of student population, we are talking about more than 10,000 students enrolled in the Islamic University in Uganda in terms of different academic programs across all campuses. Our vision is very clear: to be a leading center of excellence for social development, and the mission is also very clear: to serve as an academic institution based on Islamic values that creates knowledge and trains learners to fulfill society's needs. Our core activities are very clear: teaching, research, innovation, and community outreach. And for today, Your Excellency, we are getting that support from our facilitators from Comstech to enhance our research and innovation capacities so that we can be able to support human development. Core values: integrity, excellency, diversity, creativity, and faith. Because of time, I may not be able to expound on these values, but these are core values in the running and management of the Islamic University in Uganda. Islamic University in Uganda is highly committed towards total quality assurance, and this is very critical. And as we go through this 2-day training, we are going to be enhancing our quality assurance, and we are working closely with the regulatory bodies, because as we look at the training today, we are going to be working towards clinical trials. So we find that in future, we are going to be able to work closely and properly with the regulatory bodies. Professional bodies are also catered for, or we are also working with them, like the Uganda Medical Dental Practitioners Council, the Allied Council, and all these bodies were working together. Government agencies, civil societies, the private sector, parents and guardians, the community, the alumni, and also we are working closely with the current students. And when you get, Your Excellency, the current participants, the students of the Islamic University in Uganda are being involved. We are also working towards continuing with our collaboration with various institutions. And in this case, we need to mention that OIC is really helping and supporting the development of the Islamic University in Uganda. And through Comstech, this is where we are realizing the benefits of such kind of organizations we are working with. We are also getting support from other various government agencies to order to ensure that IUIU remains relevant for all our activities in the world today. Today, we are going to witness presentations from various presenters about randomized clinical trials. And I'm calling upon all participants to ensure that we get each and every concept, and where we are not clear, we open up our questions, and I hope all the participants are going to be able to respond to all our queries. So on behalf of the Rector, Islamic University in Uganda, the staff, the students, I thank the following institutions which have supported this function or this workshop: OIC, and that is Comstech. The facilitators, we are really grateful that you have got your time off to travel all that distance. For those who don't know Pakistan, you may take almost 12 hours to reach Entebbe, and then you start the hassles of Uganda. So we are really grateful, and you are welcome to Uganda, and please feel at home. Then the IUIU management for supporting this, and also the organizers. So Your Excellency, we are really grateful for your honoring of this occasion, and we hope that we are going to benefit more than 100% through the presentations as will be done. So for all, I would like to wish all the participants for deliberations, and I thank Allah for enabling us to gather here, and I wish everybody a good life, and may Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much.
Members, I've been given another task, and the honorable task, to invite our rector, Professor Ismail Simba Jagenda, who is online, and Professor, we are eagerly waiting for the message. And ICT, are we ready with the rector? Is Professor Ismail? Rector, sir, the participants are eagerly waiting to get the message from you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch from Islamabad. I'm attending the 5th Vice Chancellor's Forum in Islamabad, and I cannot express my gratitude to OIC Secretariat and Comstech for having arranged this excellent workshop for our scientists. And greetings from Islamabad. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. IUIU, as you all know, was designated by Comstech to be an STI hub in Africa. And we have had several meetings, several workshops arranged through Comstech. Last year, we had the Halal workshop. Now we are having the randomized.
Mr. Rector, we have lost you. Are you able to join in again? Mr. Rector, sir. Okay, it's unfortunate that we have lost the rector, but I know he's here with us and he's following what's taking place. Next on our agenda, we have, I want to call upon the Vice Rector, who is representing the Rector, to call upon our...
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Rector, we are getting you.
Hello?
We are getting you, Mr. Rector. Okay, let's go to the next agenda. Mr. Rector, thank you for being with
Hello?
us.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
we can hear you. We cannot hear from the hall. I think the master of the ceremony has to speak loudly because we cannot hear him.
It's okay. Let's go to our agenda, and the next presenter is
His Excellency of Comstech, Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, is going to address this honorable on this convention here. And Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Professor Askar Musinov, Assistant Secretary General OIC, His Excellency Hassan Wazir Saab, High Commissioner of Pakistan in Uganda, Vice Rector, Rector University in Uganda, distinguished guests and delegates. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's very unfortunate that we are not able to join you. Even the rector is in Islamabad to attend a very important conference organized by the Higher Education Commission. And that is a rector's conference from the Muslim world. This event, which we are jointly organizing, is one of many events which systematically organized and implemented under the program of capacity building in African countries. And Islamic University in Uganda is one of the most important partners in Africa for comstech. And we are very happy that through IUIU, we are able to implement a number of very important initiatives, and today's event is one of them. On behalf of comstech, this is the Organization Committee for Islamic Cooperation, Standing Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation. Is primarily mandated to promote science and technology-based development in the OIC region. I'm pleased to welcome all the distinguished speakers and participants to the International Workshop on Randomized Controlled Trials being held in a hybrid mode in Islamic University of Uganda. And I've been told that participants from different countries are attending this important event. This event is jointly organized by IUIU and comstech, and resource persons are coming from different institutions. They are certainly the best people in the field. The clinical trial, ladies and gentlemen, as per international standards, are extremely important and need to follow the principles of good clinical practices, healthcare code of ethics, and biosafety, and in compliance of regulatory and sponsors' requirement are critically important for successful outcome of drugs, clinical trials of drugs, vaccines, biologicals, and other medical devices, as well as diagnostic development process. During COVID-19 pandemic, we have witnessed an unprecedented growth in clinical trial activities in the OIC countries. However, in order to establish this sector on a strong footing, it is important to have growth in the field and greater improvement in understanding and appreciation of clinical trial science in OIC nation. Thus, calamity of COVID-19 pandemic has created an opportunity for all of us to build capacity for firmly established clinical trial sector in the OIC region. I wish to remind you that clinical trial is an extremely important step in drug discovery and development, and countries who are capable of conducting clinical trials as per international standards are also capable of developing their own drugs, because you can, by using clinical trials, you can transform the laboratory discoveries into clinical product. This is an introductory training program for clinical healthcare professionals and biomedical researchers, whereby they shall be trained with the key concept for performing clinical trials. This is a critical step in the long journey of drug, biological, or vaccine development, and these exploratory products move from practical phase to the clinically validated products. We are pleased that over 320 participants are registered for this important capacity building event from several dozen countries. The workshop resource persons are among the most experienced professionals with a track record of performing clinical trials nationally and internationally. I'm glad that the systemic approach of comstech and the Islamic University in Uganda in launching various initiatives in key areas of science and technology are now harnessing the benefit. We are focusing on higher education. We are focusing on building capacity in science and technology, health, climate, and other sectors. And certainly this event is one of many events which we have organized and are planning to organize. It is very important for us to mention that comstech has a very large program in Africa. Africa Health and Education Program is now conducted in many countries of the world. I was in Mauritania and we have developed linkages in Mauritania also. We are in the process of establishing several institutions in different countries of African region, especially in least developed Africa, OIC Africa. We also have health professional training, technical training, research fellowships, and full scholarship for students, faculty members, and others in various institutions of comstech Consortium of Excellence. And these linkages are benefiting many countries. I'm extremely grateful for the full support of ASC Ambassador Askar Muslinov, who's not only a dear friend, but also a visionary leader and has been a strong support for comstech. I'm also very happy that we are working closely with our dear friend, a leading academician of African region, Dr. Ismail. And Dr. Ismail is certainly a source of inspiration for all of us. I would like to thank all the resource persons for traveling all the way to Uganda and all the participants for their interest in this event. I'm also thankful to my colleague, Ms. Maham Yamin, for the excellent coordination and the team of IUIU for working on ground to make this event happen. Thank you very much, and I wish this capacity building event an immense success. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you so much, sir, Professor Muhammad Iqbal. Thank you for that presentation. Right now, as we are in this program today, we have more than 100 participants who are actually online with us in the same program. So the like of Professor Muhammad Iqbal and Ambassador of OIC, which I'm going to give a Vice Rector to right now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to
Okay. Is it okay for me to? You sure?
Once again, I take the opportunity to invite His Excellency Ambassador Askar Muslinov, OIC Assistant Secretary General on Science and Technology, to address this gathering.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, dear Professor Jamil. And let me start addressing the chief guest, His Excellency Muhammad Hassan Wazir, Pakistan's High Commissioner in Kampala. Your Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General of comstech. Professor Dr. Ismail Simba, Kuyayenga, Rector of the Islamic University in Uganda, distinguished scientists and experts, ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacities, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm delighted to share this message with you all in support of this two-day training on randomized clinical trials being held in a hybrid format at the Islamic University in Uganda, IUIU, and organized by comstech.
Yeah, members, we're having some technicality issues with ICT, but we'll join us soon. Please let us be patient. All right, we have this just few minutes. Then I will ask our Professor Jamil to invite our chief guest. After 2 minutes, when he's not coming back, then Professor Jamil will invite our chief guest. Okay, inshallah. You know, this is the problem of we're trying to adopt ICT, and these are the challenges that come with ICT. So I want us to bear with us as we are in this program together. All right, sir. I think I invite you.
Performing international clinical trials. OIC supports this joint initiative and recognizes the immense importance of clinical trials towards the development of safe and effective medicines against prevailing and neglected diseases. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have witnessed an extraordinary growth in clinical trial activities throughout the world. However, there is a serious lack of trained human resources, the proper infrastructure in many OIC member states in the fields related to clinical trials, medical research and development, and bioequivalence studies. In several developing OIC economies, we already have a considerable burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases. This has led to the increasing dependence of the OIC member states on the Western countries for the provision of new drugs and clinical research methodologies. It is therefore essential to establish this sector on strong footing and build capacity to discuss and develop new medicines. It is also high time for the OIC member states to consider building a strong system and collaboration mechanism in OIC member states for conducting of clinical trials, research and development that would cater for the growing need of member states and would promote a culture of research among the OIC member states. It is heartening to know that OIC nations cumulatively have a critical mass of early stage translational scientists and public health professionals. It is therefore imperative that we develop a centralized pool of well-trained clinical researchers to benefit from the existing competencies. This pool should also include clinical pharmacists, nurses, physicians, and data scientists to launch a consolidated effort in this field. In conclusion, I encourage all of the participants to use this opportunity afforded to you by comstech and the IUIU to network amongst you, thus creating a ripple effect for science diplomacy. I wish you all fruitful interaction and a successful training. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You can now invite our Excellency.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Pakistan High Commissioner to Uganda, His Excellency Muhammad Hassan Wazir, I take this opportunity to invite you to address this gathering where we have participants in the comstech, the Islamic University in Uganda training on randomized clinical trials. And as you have heard, Your Excellency, the cross-section of the participants, they are eagerly waiting to receive your message. Your Excellency, sir, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Ambassador Askar Mosinov, Assistant Secretary General on Science and Technology at the OSCE Secretariat, Jeddah. Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry Saab, Coordinator General Comstech, Islamabad. Professor Dr. Ismail, Rector, IUIU, Dr. Jamil, Vice Rector of the Islamic University in Uganda, Professor Dr. Khwaja Mushtaba Qadri Saab, Nephrologist, Maruf International Hospital, Pakistan, Dr. Abdul Rashid Saab, Consultant, Comstech, Islamabad, Dr. Ahmad Fahim Saab, Indus Hospital, Karachi, Pakistan, distinguished doctors and officers from Pakistan, distinguished doctors from Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to thank Islamic University in Uganda for inviting me to attend the inaugural session of this important training on randomized clinical trials. I also extend my profound gratitude to Comstech, Islamabad for facilitating and organizing this much needed training at the IUIU Uganda. I hope that the training sessions over 2 days would further aid to the understanding of the participants to their already vast knowledge and experience on the subject matter. I am thankful to His Excellency Ambassador Askar Mosinov for sharing his remarks. We appreciate his valuable contribution to the OIC in his capacity as the Assistant Secretary General on Science and Technology. Distinguished participants, the Organization of Islamic Countries is a representative organization of nearly 2 million Muslims spread across countries and continents. Africa and its people are one of the main constituents of the OIC. The city of Rabat in Morocco was the first African city to host the first OIC summit of Muslim leaders in 1969. Uganda was first represented in the second OIC summit held in Lahore, Pakistan in 1974. It was the third OIC summit held in Mecca in 1981 that the leaders decided to establish Comstech, the Committee on Science and Technology, to be headquartered in Islamabad. While promoting solidarity, cooperation with the Muslim Ummah is one of the central pillars of Pakistan's foreign policy. The President of Pakistan is the chairman of the comstech. The comstech, inter alia, is to build indigenous capabilities of most member states in the field of science and technology through cooperation and mutual assistance. It is under this noble objective that we have gathered today in Kampala. Ladies and gentlemen, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has bestowed the OIC member states with tremendous natural and human resources to promote research and technological innovations in the Muslim world. We need to synergize the Muslim scientists, the Muslim scientific and intellectual pool, and fully utilize the platform of comstech to achieve OIC Science, Technology, and Innovation Agenda 2026. There is a need to exploit the sea of knowledge of Muslim world jointly through various means, including trainings and workshops. Pakistan produces world-class medical doctors every year. Each year, around 15,000 doctors are produced in 114 medical colleges across Pakistan. Around 230,000 renowned doctors are busy providing much needed and complex medical consultations and treatment to the patients in Pakistan. Similarly, many of our medical practitioners perform their duties in most famous hospital and medical institutions across the world. We are proud of our doctors as they solve complicated medical questions. Some of them are also present around us here, who would share their expertise with you both with our brothers in Uganda. We hope that our friends in Uganda would benefit from their talks on the given topics. I am also happy to note that your training program will add to the overall implementation of the OIC Science, Technology, Innovation Agenda 2026, which was adopted by the first OIC Summit on Science and Technology held in Kazakhstan in 2017. The agenda is an extensive but desirable and implementable document under a steering committee to be headed by the comstech for overall supervision. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to say a few words about our bilateral relation with Uganda. The government of Pakistan formulated Look and Engage Africa policy initiative in 2017 based on our economic outreach. And as a result, we opened 5 new missions in Africa last year. And Uganda was one of the countries where we established our mission. Now we have 19 resident missions in Africa. Pakistan considers Uganda as one of the most important and promising development partner in our Look Africa policy initiative. Pakistan and Uganda bilateral relations have been warm and cordial since their inception. The two countries also engage bilaterally with each other on international fora on matters of mutual interest. Uganda is a market of around 43 million people with more than 240,000 square kilometer land of fertile soil that produces quality plants like coffee, tea, cotton, pulses, and many delicious fruits. Similarly, Uganda is home to unique variety of medicinal plants that, if taken care properly, can be used in numerous life-saving drugs. Uganda thus can play an important role in future food and health security of the world. While the opening of our mission in Uganda, now Pakistan is better placed to further deepen our bilateral relation through exchange of high-level visits and interaction between government officials, educationists, economists, health practitioners, social organizations, etc. of both countries. The mission is also in a position to coordinate directly between the local and Pakistani business communities. Recently, a large group of business community from Uganda participated in engineering and health trade show held in Lahore from 22 to 25th February 2023, and the Ugandan traders were able to make lucrative deals with their Pakistani counterparts. Ladies and gentlemen, similarly, Pakistan is also proud to have around 7 to 10,000 Pakistani community members here in Uganda. They act like bridges between Pakistan and Uganda. While thanking the government and the people of Uganda for opening their hearts and hearts for our diaspora, our community also plays an important role in the development of Uganda through investment in diverse fields of economy. These Pakistani investors are an important source of employment for the locals, paying huge amount of taxes to the government every year. Pakistani diaspora is also involved in philanthropic activities across Uganda in the field of health, education, supply of soft drinking water, food distribution, etc. Pakistan and Uganda are partner for promoting peace, development, prosperity, and well-being of their people. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end, I would like to reiterate Pakistan's strong belief in strengthening OIC intra-cooperation in all relevant fields, including science and technology, innovation, health, education, etc. Pakistan reaffirmed its commitment to OIC Charter, particularly enhance and develop science and technology. Pakistan believes in solidifying and furthering strengthening the cause of the comstech and the OIC. Wish you a very successful training sessions. I thank you all.
Thank you, His Excellency, for that wonderful presentation. By now, I'm sure we're all aware. All the participants have introduced themselves and they're giving us their respective speech. So right now, I want to acknowledge the Dean of Kampala University, who has just joined us, Honorable Dr. Tuatwa Jeremiah. Can you stand up for recognition? Thank you, sir. The next on the agenda is we are going for a group photo right now. Then we have our working team. Then during our group photos, we're also going to present a gift to His Excellency Ambassador of Pakistan. We're going to present Pakistan High Commissioner. We're going to present him a gift outside. Yeah. Okay, sorry, we're doing it from here. Then we go for the group photos. So we request Professor Jamil to help us present the gift. All right, members, our gifts are waiting for us after the program. So they're also going to receive our gift after the program. There's one more bit remaining. Okay, due to time, we can take it after the group photo. All right, can we go out for the group photos now? But we wait for our guests to first go outside. Then the participants can join them. Those from the universities, let's start from this table. Yeah, you can join them from this table. It's table by table. Make sure you smile while taking the picture. All right, Doctor, I take for your table. Please, we are arranging them one by one. Yes. All right. Madam Shamim, you. I'm in charge. We're all going. Then, Hanifa. Members online, we are just going for our group photos now. They want to have a working tea, which will take us approximately around 10 to 15 minutes. Then we'll be back shortly. Thank you. So, I therefore invite our eminent Dr. Abdul Rashid to come and take on basic understanding of clinical trial. Let's give him some few minutes as he's arranging his laptop for presentation.
I have two presentations, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. So the morning so that you can draw something and I present this the clinical trial situation in Asia Pacific countries and also particularly in Pakistan. Time is very short. You are also taking tea and refreshment. But I must ask, how many people they are directly involved with clinical trials? Can you raise your hands, please? Any person, any scientist, any researcher who is currently involved or conducting clinical trials? Currently? No? Any physician who have the experience of clinical trials? Please raise the hand. Any clinician? 1, 2. 2%. Any researcher, scientist, pharmacist, chemist, microbiologist, pharmacologist who have experience of clinical trials from any specialty? 2%, 3, 4, 5. So I came to know who are directly involved or indirectly have the experience or are they who are interested. Next, please, can you give me so that I can change myself? Can you give me the pointer? Point. So I will explain what is the current situation of clinical trial in Asia Pacific countries and what is the law of clinical trials in Pakistan and what was the situation of clinical trials during COVID. My main purpose is here to urge you people to come in this field and support IUIU, support Kampala, support Uganda to conduct clinical trials. Previously, I was working as a chairman, clinical study committee in Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan, Ministry of National Health Services Regulation Coordination. I was the first person who started clinical trials in Pakistan officially to the regulatory body. This is the lush green area of Islamabad. Very green, just like Kampala. Very small. What is this big? This is forward. This is backward. This one, this is forward. What if it's not working? What is not working? Okay, no problem for me. This is map of Pakistan. This, please next slide. This is the lush green area of Islamabad, hilly area. This is the second biggest mosque in Pakistan. Next, please. This is also one beautiful picture of Islamabad. Islamabad is the #1 planned capital in the world. This should be remembered to all the people. Next, please. This is clinical trials are regulated through one organization, that is Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan, under the umbrella of Ministry of National Health Services Regulation and Coordination. Next, please. The regulatory body is composed of authority that consists of 14 members. One is the chief executive officer and 13 directors. And one of the director which deals with clinical trials, it is called as Division of Pharmacy Services. And also the research and development of pharmaceuticals, herbal medicine, homeopathic, medical devices, blood and blood products, and medicated cosmetics. Next, please. Under Division of Pharmacy Services, I have already mentioned, the clinical trials are regulated there. Also, the Division of Pharmacy Services also deal with research and development. I already mentioned, because as I am a teacher, so many things I will mention as I experience. And also the another important subject, that is pharmacovigilance, and also the ethical marketing and control of advertisement is done by this division. Next, please. So four major functions. Under biostudy rules, Division of Pharmacy Services, DRAP is responsible for regulatory control of drug clinical studies in Pakistan. The biostudy rules apply to all contract research organizations, that is CROs, laboratories for clinical research, bioability and bioclinical study centers, and organizations operating in public and private sectors. They are all involved in clinical trials of therapeutic goods. The things which I already mentioned for legal aspect, we call them therapeutic goods, including herbal medicine. Next, please. This is the combination of clinical study committee, which I served for 2.5 years. I was the first chairman clinical study committee in Pakistan. After my retirement, and I joined the current position, that is consultant health initiatives in comstech. And the composition is as per international standards. Composition is in which all the experts have been involved. For example, the director of pharmacy services, he is the ex officio chairman, and additional director, the additional deputy director, they are the ex officio secretary of the committee, and chairman of the clinical health research council. He is one of the member, and he can also nominate his one of the representative on his behalf. Next, please. In clinical study committee, as far as clinical aspects is required, so one clinical pharmacist is nominated and included in the committee. One professor of pharmacology. There was one faculty member in pharmacology. Please raise the hand. Who was in pharmacology? He is relating to pharmacology. One professor of pharmacology, one is from your field. He is nominated for pharmacodynamics and pharmacokinetic parameters. One professor of pharmacy to have how the investigation drug is developed, how the formulation of investigation drug is conducted. He can give the technical opinion. Another is one clinician or physician. This is very, very important. He always, physician and clinicians, they always remain in touch with us, with the patient, with the subjects, with the volunteers. So he presents the medical field, and also the one statistician, which is very, very important, because if you conduct the clinical study, but it is not as per international statistical parameters, it does not meet. So to meet the statistical parameters, one statistician must be present in the clinical study committee. Next, please. Another is always there are the stakeholders. One of the members, that is Pakistan Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Association, that is local manufacturers. One observer is nominated from that side, and one observer from multinational firms. We call in Pakistan in Pharma Bureau. They are the their representative is there, and they cannot give they cannot vote, but they can observe the proceedings of the meeting. This was the whole composition of the clinical study committee, in which all experts from our different fields, they are available and give the decision as per international standards. Next, please. Roles, responsibility, and functions of clinical study. What is their role? What is role of the Division of Pharmacy Services? They screen, assess, review, and evaluation, and evaluate the application for license for clinical trial site. How many people know about clinical trial sites? Anyone? Clinical trial sites. Any hospital, we can call it clinical trial site. Any place where clinical studies are conducted but have mandatory facilities, they can be used, especially These hospitals, that is, either it should be tertiary care hospital, either it will be secondary care hospitals or the tertiary care hospital, or the separate place for clinical research. They can be used as a clinical trial site. In other words, hospital is the clinical trial site. Clinical trial unit, this is one of the same terminology. Clinical trial studies, viability, bioequivalent studies, and also this CROs. CROs is a contract research organization in which they help the sponsor, which is the main financier and conducting initiation and management of the clinical studies, a screening and assessment review, and evolution of application for research of the clinical studies and bioavailability, bioequivalent studies. First thing is to give the license to the hospital. The second thing is to give the license for conduct of clinical trials, clinical study. Second job. Third one is inspection of the premises prior to grant of license, approval of clinical trials, bioavailability, bioequivalent studies, and during and after the completion of the trial. So, if so desired by the panel, comprised of clinical study, they can inspect the hospital. Why hospital is inspected? The reason is we have the inspector, they have to observe whether this hospital have the basic facilities to conduct clinical trial or not, whether they have the facility to screen the subject, whether they have facility to examine the patient, whether they have facility of pathological laboratories, whether they have the facility for radiology, and if there is any emergency after giving the investigation drug, they can be treated, handled or not. They have the ICU facilities, they have the CCU facilities or not. So for this purpose, to confirm or verification of the facility, inspector of the clinical study committee inspect the premises. Next, please. Next, please. Don't sleep, please. Still, we have not taken the lunch. Next, please. If the slide is not moving, please push it. Grant or reject or suspend the license of clinical trials. This is the power of clinical study committee. They can give the grant, they can renew, they can suspend or cancel the license. Grant or reject or suspend the session of the clinical trials. Any institution who give the permission, they can also grant, reject or suspend the clinical study. You must remember clinical trials or clinical studies is one of the same thing. One time I will say clinical trial, another time I will say clinical study. Evaluate the progress report on clinical trial studies periodically by the institution IRB, Institutional Review Board, sponsors, CROs, or investigational centers as the case may be. So the clinical study must examine the report which is submitted either by the investigator, by the sponsor, or the CRO to see the whole study. Renewal of license to clinical trial site, CRO, and bioanalytical lab. License is not for whole life, it is for 3 years. So this is one of the responsibility. This is one of the legal mandate of the clinical study committee to renew the license. This license is given for 3 years, and after 3 years, the license is renewed after 3 years after the inspection to confirm the verification or satisfaction that all the facilities during clinical studies are met, or all the studies or requirements are met by the site. The next one is extension of registration. Please go ahead. They can give the extension of the registration of the clinical study. If initially the registration license is for one registration of the clinical trials for 1 year, they can extend up to next 1 year. Chronologically, in Pakistan, we started clinical trials in 2019, and biostudy rules 2018 was promulgated by the government of Pakistan. We are pioneer. We are in infancy in Pakistan. We are in infancy, just like Uganda. We are starting now just before the start of Corona. The law was basically the major law was made in 2012, but biostudy rules were made in June 2018. In February, we conducted the first meeting. I was the first chairman to conduct the meeting of clinical trial in Pakistan. In July 2019, this is the history. In one of the bigger, the tertiary care hospital, Holy Family Hospital, Rawalpindi, it was the first our clinical trial site in Pakistan to conduct clinical trials. Next, please. In July 2019, that is the Corona time, we given the first CRO, that is the DRK Pharma Solution. It is in one of our capital of Pakistan, that is Punjab. We have given first CRO in Pakistan in July 2019. In 2020, we give the one of the government public sector laboratory that is called Pakistan Drug Testing and Research Centers. It was approved. That was the first bioanalytical lab which was approved in Pakistan. Next, please. In July 2019, first bioequivalence centers where you can conduct bioavailability and bioequivalence studies. That was the first bioavailability bioequivalence center which was approved in with the name of Pharma Professional Services Limited in Karachi. That is one of the capital of the province. And in May 2020, first bioavailability bioequivalence study was approved in Pakistan. Next, please. You know, in Pakistan, the corona was started in February. In June 2020, just after the start of the corona, we approved the first phase vaccine clinical trial with the name of Sinopharm in hospital where Dr. Ahmad Fahim is working there. He is a director there. First in Pakistan, first phase 1 clinical trials was approved by me in Indus Hospital, Karachi, which is a charity hospital, and they are serving thousands of the people in Pakistan with the free treatment. In June 22, we give the CanSino corona vaccine clinical trial in Pakistan, and both we have very good results as compared to other international sites. In July 2020, we give the please last slide. We give the first medical device clinical trial that was conducted in Pakistan in July 2020. Next, please. As far as allopathic is concerned, but I must emphasize on traditional medicine. The first traditional medicines was approved by me with the name of, that name is Chinkhang granules for the treatment of COVID. This traditional medicine is used for the treatment of COVID. This is very astonishing and have very good results. First study was conducted in China, but they want to conduct in another country that from the whole world. After China, they selected Pakistan. And we approved that one, or alhamdulillah, that was very, very good results against COVID. Next, please. As a clinical study committee, they conducted the meeting throughout Pakistan during the COVID, because 2021 and 22, this is a COVID period. So among these 3 years, total 35 meetings. You can imagine that every month, at least around about every month, we conducted one meeting in spite of the. And next, also in COVID, we conduct maybe in 1.5 months, we conducted 22 meetings during period. Next, please. So this is overall achievement of a clinical study committee, which I was 35 clinical study committee meetings were conducted. In that, 85 clinical sites were approved, 85 clinical sites. You can imagine that during COVID, 85 big hospitals, tertiary care hospitals, secondary care hospitals were inspected by the team despite of the COVID. And even we advise them, please don't bring us to the COVID ward. They say this is COVID ward. So we worked a lot, and during COVID period, we approved 85 clinical trial sites. We approved 85 hospitals. This is a big job. Another one is how many studies during this period? We approved 45 clinical studies. You can conduct, one hospital can conduct, your different hospital conduct total 45 studies. This number of studies is very big. Another is we have 4 provinces and 5th is our Islamabad. So all studies were not in one place, in one city or in one provinces. It is spread all over provinces, all over Pakistan. Next, please. 45. This is round about the same, which I've already mentioned. Next, please. 16 CROs were also approved. 16. Next, please. Please don't sleep. Okay. This I have changed a little bit because due to this is the situation of South Asian countries where clinical studies were conducted, and the number of different, that is Jordan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Iran, Malaysia, Egypt, Turkey. So you can see the numbers. But I want to tell one thing, that this is South Asia. Please keep it here. Okay. In South Asia, our countries are doing very well. But as far as Asia-Pacific countries, they are doing very, very, very good. Their number of trials, they are increasing from 1,000 to 8,000, while the clinical trials in European countries, America, UK, Japan, their number of studies are decreasing. So our country, just like our country, Pakistan, and also the Kampala, Uganda, also the other African countries, there is the big market that you can conduct clinical trials, because in European countries, America, Japan, and UK, they are very expensive. But African countries, Pakistan, South Asia, and Asia-Pacific countries, they are comparatively less expensive. They are economical and more expertise. So this is a big market. I will tell you, this is $1 billion market. So IU, Kampala, and the Uganda and Pakistan also, they should work together and go in clinical study and earn the money. Next, please. Achievements are mostly, I was given the many things I have mentioned, that all the things are available in about clinical trials in our era.gov.pk. You can conduct, you can see this website, and you can get all the laws, rules, information, and the clinical side, CRO centers. You can see this one. You will find all the details of clinical study. And next one is that DRAP, that is Drug Regulatory Authority Pakistan, which approves clinical study. They have prepared a software where any applicant in Pakistan, they can apply online. And this is the website which I mentioned. Another is, we have also prepared a manual where they can find any instructions from regulatory bodies. All the rules, notification, fee schedules of DRAP are available on their website, so it is available. Your center from Uganda, Kampala, or any other African country, if they want to see the rules, they can see on DRAP website. Next, please. Because Uganda and Pakistan can jointly work on one study, because there are multi-country centers. So in that way, we can help each other. CSO also adopted the ICH Good Clinical Practice Guidelines. Our regulatory committee, that is clinical study committees, we have adopted ICH guidelines. It means that we implement all those guidelines of good clinical practice which are available at ICH guidelines, which is international. And also we are also adopted the clinicaltrial.gov. I request all you people, I request all that please note this clinical trials site, and you can find many informations, many guidelines, SOPs, and which studies are conducted, in which country these are conducted. So you can find a full ocean in this website. Next, please, clinicaltrials.gov. This is American website, and you will find whole world here. Next, please. These are the different clinical studies which we approved, which are conducted in Pakistan. I want to just, you just guess. If USA and Brazil is there, Pakistan is there. Just you can imagine. From 2020, before we were not in the market. If USA, Australia, Germany, Netherlands, Spain, United Kingdom is there, Pakistan is there. If Australia and New Zealand is there, Pakistan is also there. If there are 27 countries, Pakistan is one of them. So you can imagine where Pakistan stands in this clinical side field. You can come, I request you people, I request the faculty of IUIU, I should request the centers of Kampala, I will request the centers of Kampala that they should come in this field, they should learn, because we in Pakistan, we are also in learning stage. You should learn these things. What is clinical trials? What is the international standards of clinical trials? What are different protocols? You learn that and come to in this field. You know, where other world is there, Pakistan is also there. This is whole in during COVID-19. Next, please. In COVID, we have conducted 8 clinical trials. You can see the detail. And there is multi-drug trials. There were 3. And these are the different diseases. I don't mention diabetes and other things, maternal and child health, where you can see that Pakistan has conducted clinical trials in many diseases. See this big list. Just we have mentioned the name of the disease where Pakistan has conducted the clinical trials. Next, please. I have already mentioned the public access. You can see the website. All the minutes which are available, which the decisions I made, it is available on the website. You can see. Next, please. International access, I already mentioned. Clinicaltrial.gov, because in Pakistan, any Pakistani clinical site, any hospital which is approved, that is 85 hospitals, they can upload their information on the clinicaltrial.gov. Next, please. You know, as IU have problems, as Kampala has a problem, as Uganda has the problem, all the countries, our institutions, they have also the problems. I must say that you must come in this field, and despite of different problems, you must start from today. That is, we came here just to urge you people to initiate in this field, to come and start this work. Definitely, there is a lackness of, I think, in just like in Pakistan, in Uganda, there is a lackness of aware in the country about clinical trials. No, even healthcare professionals, even doctors, even microbiologists, even chemists, even nurses, even health technicians, they don't know what is clinical trials. Doctors, they always see the patients for treatment, but not for the investigational trial. Lack of research culture in Pakistan and also the same in Uganda. The same in research culture is lacking. Also the lack of qualified personnel. I must say one thing, not lack of, in Pakistan we have the qualified person, but lack of trained qualified. Training is necessary. In Pakistan we also lack, but I think that in Kampala and Uganda there is also lack of qualified trained personnel, especially on clinical trials. Acute shortage of human resource in this field and also the logistics support. I don't know what is the name of the regulatory body in Uganda, the Drug Regulatory Authority. What is his name? National Drug? National Drug? Yes, authority. So the resources should be given to that regulator. Next, please. What is the way forward? We came here to just for create awareness. We came here, we came from Islamabad, from Pakistan. We came to IUIU, to Kampala, to Uganda, just to create awareness about clinical trials. Just to create awareness. Just to create an awareness. This is very, very important. Not only you people, but also the other stakeholders, either the pharma industry, either the nurses, either the subjects, subjects to whom you have given the investigation. General public, media, electronic media is very important. They should give the priority. They give the political things, they give. Accident has been done to one killed over. Rap, but they don't give these scientific activities. Also, social media is very important. So you should create my request is that you, all the people which are sitting here, you create at least today evening, one group should be prepared that is in WhatsApp group. That you make a group and give your input. Also the training and seminars and awareness may be arranged in IUIU. You are the master trainer. From our point of view, comstech point of view, you are our master trainers. You give the training to the personnel, human resource in your institutions. Either you give the training for one hour, either for 2 hours, half day, full day, what you should be give the training. Also I must say that IUIU must appoint the clinical research one department, so that the clinical research department should create a culture and the things should go ahead. Next, please. Opportunities. I must emphasize this word. Clinical research is $1 billion industry. This is very, very important. For this, IUIU, Kampala and Uganda have not to invest in these clinical trials. The foreigner sponsors, foreigner investors, they can come either from America, European countries, UK, Germany, Australia, Japan, Pakistan. They will prepare, they will prepare their clinical study protocol, procedures. They will invest in Kampala. They will even pay to the patients. They will pay to the institution. They will pay to the investigator. They will pay to the hospitals, and they will pay to the main I will say principal investigator in Kampala and IUIU. They will pay to you and you earn the money. You cannot think how much we earned during COVID due to these. Uganda population is very less, but Pakistan is the 5th populous country in the world. And we have 220 million population. And and also the Uganda have the big diversity of the subjects, and these are the best places to conduct clinical trials. Next, please. We have already prepared guidelines, but I will request the regulatory body I wish that today regulatory body of Uganda should be here, then they will be more in a good position to understand this. Next, please. All the questions, all the comments and suggestions, I will suggest after the presentation of Professor Mustafa Qadri, because we are already late. So if there are any questions after Professor Qadri's presentation, I will discuss and give the answers. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Our next presenter is Professor Dr. Mishtaba. We are going to attend to questions after his presentation. All right. A brief introduction. Let me read a brief citation about Professor Mushtaba Wadir. He's a professor and chair medicine in Saud bin Abdul University of Health Science Jeddah. Also professor and chair medicine Shifa College of Medicine Hospital Islamabad. He's also an inaugural director, research and chair research at Shifa International Hospital. He has authored 2 books. He has also discovered, the books are Discover the Hypnosina Within the Kidney Disease Health Education for Patients and Families. He has written scholarly articles, more than 80, 36 manuscripts, 116 abstracts. He has trained over 1,200 health professionals in clinical research. Let me read the last one, sir. So it's the first comstech international training program. He is the first course director for the comstech international training program on randomized control trial, which happened in 2021 September in Islamabad. So we are blessed to have this resource personnel here. Thank you, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. And this dua is obviously important because we are coming into a field and an area where understanding concepts is so important, and it's so important that you understand my accent and my delivery as well. And we try and convey concepts. And if there's any questions subsequently, we'll try and answer that towards the end of the day, as well as maybe perhaps during the session. So without much ado, I will just say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Salamu, I believe in Swahili. And so we are delighted to represent comstech here and continue the work in capacity building and clinical trials. And I represent both comstech as well as the Maruf International Hospital, where I work as a consultant nephrologist presently at this point in time. And I've been exploring fields like nephrology is my passion. I always believe that the dumbest nephron is smarter than the smartest kidney. So that always motivates one to be humble, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created the kidney and all other organs in such in such intricate details that I think even that is a source of research every day. So everything new that we learn, everything new that we try and apply in clinical practice is very much directly supported by evidence generated through clinical research. So whatever new medication we use, whatever new medication came around in COVID times, got approved through a phase of clinical trials and clinical research, some of which were given emergency authorization. That's why a lot of lives during the COVID era were also saved. However, if we continue to be ignorant of the clinical research world and clinical trials, then we will always be looked at as a market to utilize our patient population for clinical studies, and if we do not know the ethics, and if we do not know the regulatory aspects, and if we do not know the methodology, we will be using our patients, our families, our patients, our population for studies being done for somebody else's drug being used somewhere else. So it's extremely important to take control of our own lives, understand. So it's a two-part talk, and inshallah 1:30 I will stop. 1:25 is lunch, but 5 minutes from lunch to allow me to take it. Even whole numbers, even numbers. I'm an even person. 1:25 makes me very nervous and anxious even from now. So here, so we are going to talk about the evidence hierarchy in clinical research. We are going to look at some classification of analytical studies. We are going to look at the spectrum of translational research, which actually, to me, is ilman naf. So when we say beneficial knowledge, that's ilman naf. You know, going to studies, and everything then comes in, smaller animal and higher animal studies, again with a lot of humane consideration for the animals we use in order to come up with certain doses and drug requirements for the human population. And there, our families, our brothers and sisters in the world serve as volunteers in phase 1 studies just to be able to figure out a dose and figure out its safety. Then more volunteers offer themselves to phase 2 trials where they look at not just safety, but also start looking at efficacy. And then when they go to phase 3 trials, then more and more volunteers, 10,000 or more coming from different parts of the world, come together. And then they contribute by being part of clinical studies where subsequently at least a couple of phase 3 trials showing superiority of a drug over its comparator, which could be a placebo, is required for approval of a drug. And then in phase 4 studies, people continue to use drugs in the population. And then you, the clinicians, start seeing side effects and adverse events and adverse drug reactions. And you start going back to your practices. No, you have to report to your regulatory body, the National Drug Authority of Uganda. Tell them this is pharmacovigilance. And you have to report those things so that then people can then say, oh, in our population, there may be some differences in our pharmacogenomics, in the way we handle drugs, in the way we metabolize drugs. We may be slow at acetylators or whatever. And we need to do our own studies because these drugs that are approved somewhere else in Swaziland or somewhere else, I'm sorry, they may not be appropriate in our population because the doses that we require may be much lower. So this is important. That's why we are doing all this. But when we start doing that and talking about the various kinds of clinical trials today in the next 45, 50 minutes, we're going to also look at some key concepts. What is bias? What is contamination? What is confounding? Can't hear me? Hey. Okay, thank you. So looking at issues such as confounding and co-interventions, all these concepts, we'll need to look at what are valid studies, what is internal validity and what is external validity. So can anybody tell me what is validity? Anybody can, you are all educators and you use the term validity all the time in your medical education or health professions education. So can anyone define validity? What do you understand by validity? Yes, sir. Okay.
What I'm saying, as per validity, that now we are talking about basically drugs. I would say that the medicine is valid if it is not yet expired.
Okay, now that is a more literal definition.
There's another one here.
But the dean will answer specifically for us.
Validity is the truth value.
Okay, so you
truth value. How true is your conclusion?
Excellent. So you measure what you measure what you say you measure. How closely you can measure what you say you measure. But I can't give him a gift because I've already given him this gift. So I need another volunteer. All right. So interventions, we're going to talk about what kind of interventions occur in randomized control trials. We are going to look at endpoints, inclusion and exclusion criteria, recruitment and its challenges, sample size that goes into it, the role of the data safety monitoring board, quietly going behind the scenes, looking at how the trial is going on, identifying things that could be of relevance early or can be a safety concern early, and playing their own rules. If you try and do some analysis before the end of the trial, the interim analysis, what goes into that, what kind of price we pay, how do we analyze, or how do we account for missing data in clinical trials, how do we formulate a study question, and based on what hypothesis testing and the randomization process. So this is not the talk, this is just a slide which tells you what to talk about. So now are you ready? So this small book, and I've given a couple of copies to your dean and rector and vice dean, but I've got some few more copies, and for tomorrow morning, inshallah, over 45-50 minutes, we're going to have an RCT quiz. So whatever we ask today gets a small prize here. This is a book that I've written and nobody wants to buy it. So I distribute it free of cost everywhere in the world. And it includes all the things that I've learned over 60 years of my life in my first innings. In Pakistan, we play cricket. We say after 60, you better start your second innings. So I'm here, I'm done with my first innings. So here I am. So what we do is, let me flick the slide. So this is the evidence pyramid. Have you ever heard of Brian Haynes? Now you have. Did you ever hear of Gordon Guyatt, the father of evidence-based medicine out at McMaster University? Now you have. These are some giants in the fields on whose shoulders we are trying to stand today, because they are the ones who have described this hierarchy going from our expert opinion on rounds that, no, this is how I think it should be done. That's the expert opinion of the professor. Nothing wrong with that, except there's evidence that can challenge that still. We can go up to case control studies and case series, and we can go up to cohort studies and go up to randomized control trials, which in terms of original studies are actually very, very important primary studies in generating all this evidence. But then we can do synopsis of single studies, like sometimes some of you may be familiar with ACP Journal Club. You can do synthesis like the Cochrane register that is that puts together systematic reviews and meta-analysis. You can go to UpToDate. How many of you are familiar with UpToDate? Right. So UpToDate is this online library that is updated every 3 to 4 months. And again, because the ones who produce it are lying in the West, so people like us who do not know how to generate dollars, we give them dollars so that they can keep producing more and we keep being consumers. But that's an excellent source of information for synthesized evidence. But then at the apex, you go to systems where you put in your electronic medical records within your decision support systems to guide your practice. But isn't this familiar to all of us already from the times of the Prophet ﷺ? Isn't there a pyramid we already have? Don't we have a pyramid where the apex is the Quran, the truth? Which is what we are going to be saying, okay, so now they're going to talk about systematic reviews that Professor Khalid Khan is going to talk about. That is another pyramid. But then we also have hadith. We have Sahih Sitta, we have strong hadith, we have weak hadith, and the way this is compiled, you all know what evidence goes through it, of the narrators and the narrations and the stories and the credibility of the ones who are describing that. So similarly, we have other forms. We have ijma, we have ijtihad, we have qiyas, all these levels of evidence, but ultimately we have the Quran. But there's no such thing as an absolute truth in medicine. So the best we have currently are putting together randomized control trials and combining them and doing systematic reviews. which is also going to be looked at in this particular conference. So we've been doing a lot of descriptive studies in Pakistan also. I'm a nephrologist. I can hardly find too many clinical trials in nephrology. Similarly, when I went to a cardiologist, the same situation. It's all descriptive, descriptive, descriptive. Nothing wrong in that. Case studies, but let's get out of it. Let's go beyond. Let's try and generate some more evidence. So if you look at the analytical studies, in the analytical studies, is there a pointer within this? Excuse me, is there a pointer inside that I can press? Which one? At the apex? The same one? The middle. Oh, great. So if you look at the analytical studies, so descriptive, we all say, okay, these are a set of patients, this is how they presented, we combined them, we described them, we looked at the average ages, we looked at the background, we described things, nothing wrong in that. But when you go to analytical, it becomes more intellectually stimulating and exciting. So yes, you can do non-experimental observational designs. How many of you have done case control or cross-sectional or cohort studies? A lot of cross-sectional studies, I'm sure. At least epidemiologists must have done. And then people must have said, okay, let's try and handle some case control studies. Okay, no problem. Let's look at some rare cases, find matching controls identical to them, and look back and determine the causative factors. How many of you have done a cohort? Well, you could develop a cohort of researchers out here and follow yourself in time and see how many of you actually did a clinical trial. You'll have a cohort of IU faculty and other faculty members from Kampala joining you in that. But when you do experimental work, you actually intervene. You actually introduce a factor, a variable using either controls or no controls, or using historical controls. So you sometimes have these non-randomized trials, which obviously have their own value, but because of confounding and other issues being a problem and bias introduced into the studies, one needs to try and figure out these randomized control trials, which is why we are here today. Some of these will be against a placebo. Some of these will be without any active treatment as the comparator. Some will be based on doses which are escalated, and then you see the response. And some will be against an active concurrent treatment that you obviously cannot discount if something is already approved as a concurrent treatment and the standard of care. So you can only do randomized control trials if you do not have a concurrently approved drug with respect to placebos. So placebo control trials are only ethical under certain circumstances. But when you do active concurrent, you can do superiority trials. So you show superiority. So if this is the point of no difference, this is my arm, just look at my arm. Then anything above that, if I can show this drug is better than this, above this certain margin, these are superiority trials. Then you will have equivalent, slightly above, slightly below this arm study. And then you have non-inferior designs, which go above a certain margin, but do not cross that margin of inferiority. So those are some of the things, but don't be worried. We are going to look at that in more detail. Okay. So this is the spectrum of T0 to T4, so-called translational research. So whatever we use today in any field, any drug we use has gone through this cycle of preclinical and animal studies, proof of concept phase 1 clinical trials, phase 2 and phase 3 trials, and then go through your phase 4 clinical trials and pharmacovigilance. And then eventually, when you make a difference to your population, that's true ilm an-nafi', beneficial knowledge, which benefits your community, your people. So this entire cycle can take 20 years, 10 years preclinical and 10 years clinical. But in COVID times, the world scientists got together. There were some Muslim scientists in Turkey who came up with the first design of one of those biologic vaccines, which first was discovered for COVID. Because if we did not have that, we would not be sitting here, probably would still be dealing with the pandemic for another 2-3 years. It's still endemic in several areas, don't get me wrong. And I tell my people who came with me that please be careful on your way back. Still wear your mask in the airlines, okay? Don't think that only Dr. Qadri needs it, because these things are important. Because if you do not take precautions, you're still going to get ill despite being vaccinated. Okay. So this is a two-way thing which drives research for academic centers. Bench to bedside to community to policy, and it can be a two-way street. And this is important to establish because if you look at this tripod, you think if I take care of one leg here, this will survive or it will fall? How about this leg? How about this one? So one of them is your quality of education, right? One of them is your service, quality of service to your patients. And the third one is research. Academic centers stand on this tripod of service, academia, and research. If one of them is lame, the whole body falls down. So types of randomized controlled trials, we'll quickly go through them. What are parallel, what is crossover, equivalence, and all these designs. So in a parallel group trial, what simply happens is that you take a population of interest, you have a research question and based on a hypothesis, and then you basically identify inclusion and exclusion criteria, and all those who consent get randomized to either an exposed group or a control group by chance alone. And then you see whether they develop an outcome of interest with the active drug or without, or no outcome of interest, it doesn't appear. And then the same thing with the unexposed controls, you see, are they developing the outcome of interest or not developing the outcome of interest? And you follow that over time. This is a classical parallel group randomized control trial. Is there any rocket science in there? Don't tell me there's any rocket science in there. Ibn Sina, my friend Ibn Sina from 970 to 1037 AD. That's why I've written this small message. It's called Discover the Ibn Sina Within. He described the 7 rules of drug development from 970 to 1027 AD. He was 57 when he died. But he was a polymath who was also a researcher, a medicine guy, a philosopher, scholar, Hafiz al-Quran, mathematician, physician, politician. He was everything. And he described that how many? A century, 1,000 years ago? Similarly, Razi described control groups. But yes, on 20th of May every year, we celebrate the International Clinical Trials Day after James Lind. Have you ever heard of James Lind? He's a good guy. He tried to give some sailors some lemon juice and randomize them to no lemon juice when they were developing symptoms of scurvy. And he found that those who got lemon juice, they did better. But the results were not statistically significant. So the so-called p-value is as good as what the p suggests. Now, no better. So we talk about confidence intervals. So this is a crossover RCT and some of your bioequivalent studies. So bioequivalent studies where you try to determine whether a new drug, which is a generic after the patent expires, is equivalent to the parent drug. You can do that in your population. If you know the rules, if you know the ethics, if you know that your subjects are not vulnerable, you can do that. So you take those study participants, maybe 20, 26, randomize them to the active drug treatment A and maybe the passive drug or placebo treatment B. And then you measure their pharmacokinetics, how they look at the drug absorption, distribution, and biotransformation and excretion. So you have a curve that comes in that population. Then you have a washout period right here. And then when the effects finish, then you let that treatment A, people now accept treatment B, which may be a placebo, it may be an equivalent drug or the parent drug. And treatment B ones go to treatment A. And these serve as their own controls. And if you can just simply generate through pharmacokinetic curves, something going up, plateauing, lots of pharmacists here, and going and getting excreted in 3 to 5 half-lives. So that thing, when it is done in a single dose of a drug, and then you compare it to the other drug, which is the parent drug or the one that you're trying to demonstrate equivalence against, all you have to show is that they're between 80 to 125% of the geometric means in both the groups, and you've declared bioequivalence. You can produce a new drug for the society. And once you've done these studies, they are also forms of RCTs. Factorial design looks complicated, would be complicated, but there's no rocket science in here. You just do a couple of interventions or 2 or 3 interventions at the same time. So either you'll have 2 active drugs in one limb, 1 active, 1 passive drug in the second limb, 1 passive and 1 active drug in the third limb, and no, there's no drug in either limb. So you look at all those aspects and you do what are known as factorial designs, and you can do that within a small sample size. So superiority, just to re-emphasize, something is superior, then the point of no effect. This is 0, the point of no effect. Drug is superior. These are the confidence intervals. Equivalence, the drug, this is the point of no difference. Drug can be slightly superior or slightly inferior, but the confidence interval past the point of no difference. So these can be declared equivalent. And this is a non-inferiority design, where you can have a drug which is not below this margin of non-inferiority, but it is somewhere between no difference and inferiority margin. And even if the confidence interval cross that, you can declare non-inferiority. So these drugs are coming into the market after the patent expires. So somebody, when they develop a drug, the drug has a patent for 10 to 20 years. But then when the patents expire, the same smart pharmaceutical companies just tweak a little bit of a molecule and say, okay, we might decrease the side effects or make it less expensive, and they can come up with non-inferiority designs to have another drug in the market. We all use drugs to obviously treat diseases, but they come in through this research process. So RCTs certainly may not be possible when you have something like, so if you have 2 groups of soldiers sitting in a helicopter, and you want to see the effect of jumping from 10,000 feet with and without parachutes. So can you do a randomized control trial? Randomizing people by chance to no parachute or parachute, and then seeing the effects. No. But can you still do that study? Yes, through retrospective designs. There have been crazy people who have jumped out of planes. And you can see that cohort of crazy people, what was the outcome when they jumped out? Did anybody live to tell the story? So you can do retrospective designs and observational studies, but randomized, can't do that. So there are rules in this game, rules of ethics, rules of driving this car, called RCTs. Introducing people with either H. pylori, you deliberately do an endoscopy and you do some H. pylori here and nothing here, and see the outcome. This not ethical. Can't do these things. Impractically large sample size. So you say, oh, I want to show the difference between drug A versus drug B, and show that my young people who are smitten with dwarfism can grow up 0.5 centimeter over 2 years. So, oh wow. So you might be able to show some difference with a new drug, which can make you grow 0.5 centimeter over 2 years at the age of 13. But then your statistician is going to say, hey, this effect size is too small. You will need to study 1 million people. So the statistician can drive you crazy if you do not know that that thing is not clinically significant, 0.5 centimeter of height gain. Similarly, if you have a long duration of the outcome can occur in years and years and years. You may not be able to have a hard clinical endpoint. Okay. So some key concepts, bias. So you know what justice is? We all expect justice from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You expect His mercy. Yeah, you better not do justice, please. Ya Allah. Just have mercy on us. So justice has to be seen and seen to be done. It has to be done and seen to be done in a court of law. Similarly, bias has to be addressed in clinical research. So who can define bias for me? Anybody can define bias? And give me not the literal meaning this time. Give me what you understand by bias in a clinical study. Bias. Various examples: selection bias, performance bias, detection bias, attrition, publication. We'll stop for 5 minutes to come up with answers.
Governance.
The bias. Right.
It's going to be a subjective definition, but my understanding is conducting a study in such a way that it inclines toward a specific result.
I think that is a very, very good point. So it's a systematic error that the researcher introduces into the study in a study design that you have to be aware of. Another example?
Exactly, I wanted to mention the same thing. So bias can result during the design, implementation, or analysis of the results. So this can result to a mistaken effect of the intervention. Yeah.
So this is a systematic
error. Or random, or yeah, I think it's random error could also contribute. Yeah.
So you're not an epidemiologist, are you? You are. See, he knows, and he knows that he knows, mashallah. So, yes, sir. One more.
Let me say something different from what they have said.
Please.
I want to say bias in this aspect would be seeing the end from the beginning, which simply means that sometimes you just have to, maybe you have known what you want to carry out, but you just want to try. Anything that anybody says will not be from your own side. You have seen the result before you even say you are embarking on the research.
So between the three of you who have come up with a wonderful answer, and I wish I could tear up my book into 13, 14 pages each and give you each a portion of it. But I will give the three of you this book to read, and the rest of you, I will, inshallah.
One more.
I will, inshallah, please share this book once you've read it. It takes only 50 minutes. And if you have wasted your time, I will try and make it up in some other way, inshallah, to entertain you. So, out of respect.
Sir, can he make some more contribution?
Yes, I just wanted to disagree a bit with the last submission. The bias doesn't need to be intended. Sometimes you do something not knowing that you're actually biasing whatever you're doing.
See, this is beautiful because it's an unintended error that occurs in the design of a study that will affect your outcome, will give you a biased outcome. It can occur during selection of subjects, during performance from the subject's point of view. Detection of outcomes, and it can lead to people dropping out of a study.
It's also a contribution from you.
Just saying it doesn't have to be in the design because there it can be in the measurement of that one doesn't occur during the design, but in the measurement or selection of the participants. It is we call it.
So in general, all these kinds of systematic error that gets introduced voluntarily or involuntarily in the design of a study is bias. And so you need to be aware of that when you're doing RCTs. But guess what? Randomization and allocation concealment and blinding and intention to treat analysis, terms which may be sounding like in Latin, are what removes most of this bias which you'll be learning about. So, when you when you randomize people and you're not blinded in the process, when the randomization or the allocation is not concealed, and when somebody is aware of the treatment allocations, then you can introduce selection bias, and which affects the ability of a study to measure where it says it does. Internal being the integrity of the study and the study design, and external validity is what you generalize to the population at large by doing a study on a smaller population. But then there are other issues such as contamination. So when you randomize people, people may be aware in one group through a whispering campaign that this is the group that's getting this. So some subjects who are within a study may be exchanging notes at night. You may not know it, and they may be performing differently just because they think that, you know, they may be on either aspect, either limb of a study, but because things have gotten contaminated, you can also get an outcome which is not valid and reliable. Similarly, co-interventions. So when you do randomized control trials, by chance, people are allocated to one limb versus another limb, but all other interventions should be balanced. So if I am a diabetic, I should have equal number of diabetics here. If I am elderly, I should have equal number of elderly here. If I'm also on ACE inhibitors, I should also be on ACE inhibitors here. So these are co-interventions which need to be balanced as well. But what are confounders? Confounders are factors which independently affect the independent and the dependent variable and lead to a altered appearance of an outcome because of the confounding effect. So people who smoke have cancer. People who smoke may also be coffee drinkers. You tend to think that coffee drinking causes cancer. And you have so much coffee in Kampala, Uganda. I'm told it is the best in the world, just above Brazil, right? Or is it just below Brazil? It is better than Brazil, mashallah. But if you tell people that coffee drinking causes cancer, that's the end of your consumption of coffee, because it was a confounder. Only smokers are more likely to get lung cancer, but smokers also drink more coffee. So coffee is falsely causing a confounding effect and showing you that coffee causes cancer. But effect modifiers are things which even after randomization persist. So you may have diabetics, you may have elderly, you may have those who have hypercholesterolemia. All of them you cannot change because they are part, or the age in particular, let's say age or gender. These are things that can actually modify your effects on outcome. These are called effect modifiers. Why are we doing these terms? Because they are important to understanding. So internal and external validity. So if you, internal validity of a trial is based on the study design, the integrity of the design, the integrity of the randomization, and a process of blinding and allocation concealment, which we'll study now, as well as detection of outcome. And what is not internally valid in terms of study designs cannot be externally valid. So external validity is all about generalizability. So if you have to balance external validity and internal validity. If you make it too externally generalizable, you might cause a type 1 error, a false positive. If you make too much controls in your internal design, you might cause a type 2 error, which is a false negative detection. Study interventions. So all aspects of the study interventions, whether it's a new drug, it's a new form of nursing therapy, it's a new form of behavioral modification, whatever it is, have to be identified, and your control, whether it is placebo or an active control, has to be identified within the study design. Are you looking at a drug against a placebo, which looks, tastes, smells, weighs, has the same color, same hue as the original, or are you measuring against an active control? All those things have to be defined. Endpoints. Do you have a primary endpoint, a primary question that you want to answer, that you want to show something which is superior to this drug or equivalent to this drug or non-inferior to this drug? What do you want to show? You want to show an improved outcome by giving a drug for 6 months and seeing if things improve in terms of ejection fraction of the heart. But is that something that is a hard clinical endpoint? No, it's a surrogate endpoint. So you need to know what primary endpoints are, single endpoint that you look in a study, the question you're trying to answer. secondary endpoints, that additional data that you collect, which can give you additional information. And surrogate endpoints are basically endpoints which are difficult to show. For example, you may not be able to show difference in fracture outcome over 2 years in a study, but you can certainly show a difference in bone mineral density after 1 year. And that, if it goes down and down, you say, okay, maybe it will also cause an improvement in fracture rates. Composite endpoints. So you mix 2 or 3 outcomes of importance in one of the examples that we are going to distribute. So I have prepared this along with my team in September 2021, this Comstech Handbook of Randomized Controlled Trials. This Comstech Handbook has been updated for this particular conference. It's all on your Google Drive. That's all been distributed. So when you go back and click that Google Drive and that email or that WhatsApp that came to you 2, 3 days, 4 days ago, you will find this book in there, booklet. It will give you all the steps we are talking about right now about randomized controlled trials, but it will also have 2 or 3 studies in there that we will be referring to. One of them is HEPATAC, one of them is recovery trial regarding COVID, and the third one is DAPA-CKD trial. It's a dapagliflozin, SGLT2 inhibitor in chronic kidney disease, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, that I will be using to demonstrate certain aspects of RCT just now, inshallah. Recruitment and retention. So when you are advertising for people to join your study, it takes a big effort to actually go out in the public and advertise ethically to solicit volunteers for your study. They could be patients or they could be healthy personnel. And when they volunteer, the advertisement has to be approved by your ethics committee, the IRB, the Institutional Review Board. And you should not try and give any incentive that makes them compromise their autonomy to make their own decision. If you gave me $100,000 to take part in a study, I will jump in it. I'll ask about the question later. But my autonomy was compromised because I'm a poor nephrologist. So I will immediately jump into a study like that. But you have to be careful when you're going on to man in the street, where even something like 10,000 Ugandan shillings is going to maybe have a poor man think about it and say, okay, I want to enroll in the study and only be affected by the 10,000 shillings and not by anything else. So one needs to understand, and the same thing happens in developing countries like Pakistan, where we have the same kind of poor people living in ghettos, living in different areas, living below poverty level. And we also want to make sure that our volunteers are not abused by the trial sponsors. So anytime you do a trial, you need to do the sample size calculation. And the basic things are, as a researcher, don't let the statistician direct it. You need to know what you're trying to show in a difference. And you need to show what is minimally clinically significant for you. So the concepts such as power of a study, the ability to detect a change when it exists, being over 80 or 90%, that's up to the researcher. The aspect of type 2 error, which is 1 minus beta, which is, the type 2 error, which is, the corollary of power. So you have about 10% or 20%. That's selected by you, the researcher, along with the biostatistician. The type 1 error, the false positive rate, or the p-value that you talk about, 0.05 that you said. But that 0.05 is only true for two-sided clinical outcome. One-sided, you have to divide that by 2, 0.025 being statistically significant. All those things, once you understand that, then the statistician is also on his toes or her toes that I better come up with the sample size, which will help and not create anxiety in terms of how to recruit these people. So p-value, we all are obsessed by p-values and we say, oh, but all it is the statistical chance of a result being positive because of chance. That's all. 0.05, 5% chance that this result is due to chance alone. But when you talk about the confidence interval, you say that you are 95% confident that your sample mean or result represents your population at large. That's what 95% confidence interval means. When we look at some p-stats, look at the measure of association, you need to know the difference between relative risk, ratio of the incidence in the intervention group to the control group, and you need to know what is absolute risk reduction. It is a control event rate minus experimental event rate. So when a pharmaceutical rep comes to your office and says, I have a drug which shows 30% improvement in mortality over 2 years, you say, but that is relative risk reduction. I want to know absolute risk reduction. So if you find one group had a 20% outcome, the other group had a 16% outcome, the relative risk reduction is 16 over 20 into 100, which is 20%. But when I do 20 minus 16%, it's just 4%. 100 divided by 4 gives you the number needed to treat, which means you have to treat 25 people in order to save one patient from getting that myocardial infarction. These are important things to understand for randomized control trials. Even look at the literature and apply it to your practice, let alone doing research yourself. So it's important for all of us to figure out. Hazard ratio. So if I stick my finger here, this electricity outlet, what's the chance that I will die instantly in the next 5 years? What's the chance? And if I survive those 5 minutes, what's the chance I'll survive another 5 minutes? The instantaneous hazard or risk of having an outcome is very similar to relative risk. Number needed to treat, that defines how good it is. Number needed to harm. Number needed to harm is worthwhile. Okay, so I will skip these small things and just go straight to a concept about selecting the study design, the appropriate test. I don't want to go through this thing. I'm not a statistician, but all I can tell you is that if your data is continuous or discrete or categorical, your old chi-square test, 1 and 2 sample test comes into play. When the type of question is about relationships, if you have a true independent variable, you do a regression. If you do not have an independent variable, you do a correlation. When the type of question is about differences in means, you find out how many treatment groups. If they are symmetrically distributed, you do parametric tests, and you can do students t-tests, paired and unpaired. But if they are not, then you actually go to Mann-Whitney if they are more than 2 groups and they're asymmetric. So these are the kind of things that one can find online. You can have this presentation, we leave it there, and inshallah you should be able to go through this particular thing when you need it. But what you need to survive this particular session of ours is survival analysis. How many of you are going to survive this session? At 1:30, what's the time for Salah? Here? Our time? 1 o'clock? Alhamdulillah, we still together. We are traveling, so we realize, sorry, program is going up to 1:25. Is it okay? We survived till 1:30, all of us. I don't know how many of you are going to die of boredom by the time I'm done. But believe me, if you survive 9-10 minutes, inshallah you survive longer in order to do more stuff. Okay? So survival analysis, so any article of interest in the world, if you see these days, time to event and survival curves, Kaplan-Meier curves, and the log rank, and the Cox proportional hazard. So when you see this kind of a curve, you know that it's either a step down in terms of people surviving to a certain time, or you'd see a step up in the pattern where there's a time to event of interest occurring over time. And then you see the 50% median of that, which gives you median survival. And this is how you compare whether a new drug is better than an old one. You simply compare the 2 curves and do a log rank of that, and you can come up with that result. That's where your statisticians and epidemiologists come into play. So log rank, it's a Cox regression is simply a straight line equation that we learned in class 10 or class 11, quadratic equation, or the straight line equation A is equal to you may have that, or you may have some other. So when I do a quadratic equation for my survival, so if I survive those 10 minutes after touching that electricity outlet, you are going to say, what are the factors? If I die in those 10 minutes, what are those factors which cause that? You're going to say 90% Dr. Qadri's stupidity and 10% his male gender. And that is why he died in 10 minutes by touching this outlet. So you need to have proportional hazards assigned to that particular outcome. Data Safety Monitoring Board, looking at the trial from behind, seeing if somebody is developing too many side effects or getting a study's improve outcome too early, then why complete the study? If you can stop the study for harm or stop the study if you're not getting enough recruitment for futility or for benefit, you might stop the study early. So that is what a Data Safety Monitoring Body does. But when they do that, they actually do an interim analysis and they are unblinded to the data. And in this interim analysis, they pay a price. So you need to be aware that if you analyze a study at half the period of 50% or 70% period, then there's a price to pay for it. Missing data. So if data is missing, you have done a lot of hard work and you want to collect everybody's blood pressure measurements at 10 visits, but you find that at 7th visit and at 3rd visit, lots of patients don't have any value. So are you going to take the average of all 10? Or are you going to take the last observation carried forward? Or are you going to take the worst case scenario or the best case scenario? How do you account for that? We need to know from beforehand, missing data. You register a trial with RAP or with Ugandan National Drug Authority or with clinicaltrials.org or with ICTR internationally, so that you assure the world community that you are doing this study. Don't replicate this if you are already way into it. You might not get any benefit from it. Or if you are doing the study, you can still participate in it, or you want to be part of it. And that you started the study, you will publish it. It's one of the guarantees of publication bias, guarding against that. Okay, so whenever we come up with a research study, whether it is a research question, come up with a PICO. So in patients with or population, will that intervention compared to a comparator C lead to an outcome of interest over what time? So you state your hypothesis, a null hypothesis, that there will be no difference in your two drugs or therapies. An alternate hypothesis, there will be a difference between your two drugs. One-sided alternate hypothesis, one drug will be better than the other. Two-sided, we don't know. It could just be different. So these are the kind of hypotheses that go into a study question. When you come up with a study question, you need to have this thing in mind, finer. Is the study feasible? Do you have the population? Do you have the disease? Do you have the trained personnel? Do you have the money? Is it interesting? Is it novel? Something new in this particular population? Is it ethical? What is not ethical? You cannot drive that car if you don't have a license. And is it relevant to your clinical practice? So I will not go through this hypothesis table because you'll get confused at this time. But this DAPA CKD is the study we have tried to include in this Google Drive. And I will just take you quickly through this. So in the study, they actually looked at some patients, 4,300 patients who had kidney functions or glomerular filtration rates. I hope everybody is familiar with that, inshallah, this group, I'm sure, 25 to 75 ml per minute and a certain ratio of urine protein. And they tried to look at a composite outcome, combined outcome of a sustained decline in estimated GFR or glomerular filtration rate of at least 50%, development of end-stage kidney disease with dialysis or transplant requirement, or death from renal cardiovascular causes. All of them are important. So they came up with a hypothesis, which is all stated here. Then what are the inclusion and exclusion criteria? Whom to include in a study? Whose disease are you studying? What are the factors that will allow them to be included? Is it ethical to include them or not? Then what about the exclusion criteria? Why do you exclude subjects? Those who do not satisfy, who satisfy the eligibility criteria, but it's dangerous to include them, or they have too many confounders, or they have difficulty with access to the trial, maybe you should exclude them. So what are the primary outcome measures? So the study question which determines your sample size calculation is your primary outcome measure. So you're trying to show superiority or you're trying to show a difference in this composite combined outcome of three different things in this DAPA CKD study. What is the secondary outcome measures? Anything else that we can find out in a study like side effects or adverse event profiling, all that, but you have not calculated your sample size for that. That is for secondary outcome measures. This is a simplified version of this particular study that's included in your Google Drive that it will tell you who were the patients, what were the interventions, dapagliflozin, this SGLT2 inhibitor versus placebo, what was the follow-up duration, and what was the primary outcome, and what were the secondary outcomes. It's all depicted pictorially. This is the abstract. These were subjects who were included. These were subjects who were excluded because of confounding, because of safety reasons. Then this is the primary outcome measure, time to event survival analysis of first occurrence of either a decline in kidney function of 50% or end-stage kidney disease or death, which we just talked about. Secondary outcomes, other outcomes of interest. So randomization. So all those who have the eligibility and who consent can be randomized. And once they are randomized, chance alone, you can decide through either simple randomization to randomize subjects, but in this you can get an imbalance of groups, or you can do permuted block. You keep changing the order and have defined orders of block sizes of 4 or 6 or whatever variability, and you can have balanced groups but still not balanced with respect to gender. The pink ones have gone more into treatment A, the blue ones, the males, have gone more to treatment B. But then if you simply do stratification and put them in a particular stratification scheme, then you see that both the males and females are equally distributed in treatment A and treatment B, the pink and the blue. This is stratified randomization. Clusters, you can randomize clusters or practices or hospitals into a certain randomization scheme. We won't go into details of that. So this just ended part. What I'm going to do, I'm going to come into lunch there. And part 2, I'm going to take it to tomorrow morning. And inshallah, we will do part 2 tomorrow morning and then do the quiz. So I have 50 minutes to do part 2 tomorrow morning, inshallah. And if you're here on time from 10:30 to 11:20, part 2 of this, and inshallah, and after at 20 minutes of quiz, then I have to upload because my wife says, keep it away, please. You're not, please take it away somewhere. I'm distributing all over Pakistan. Thank you for your attention. We will continue after lunch.
Yeah, that was a very wonderful presentation. I'm sure we've all benefited from the presentation. Due to time constraint, members, we go for prayers briefly for the Muslims here. We're giving ourselves around 10 minutes to observe our prayer. Then immediately after that, we go for lunch. Then we come for the next program on the agenda, which is the importance of demonstrable research integrity in clinical research. So that will start exactly at 2:15. Now we can go for the speaker is Dr. Khalid Saeed Khan from Department of Preventive Medicine and Public Health, Faculty of Medicine, University of Granada, Spain, inshallah. Members online, we are going for a break, lunch break. So we're coming back exactly at 2:15, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. and the Queen Mary University of London, UK, and Spinoza Professor at University of Amsterdam, the Netherlands. For those of us who understand research better, he has H index and Google Scholar more than 100. He has published over 500 peer-reviewed papers, and he has supervised more than 25 higher degree theses. He graduated in medicine from Aga Khan University and the Faculty of Health Science. He has his higher training at Master University, Leeds, which led him to an academic career focusing on patient-oriented clinical research. Professor Khalid An has contributed to many trials and meta-analysis, which has run 48 primary research trials, recruiting 979,242 participants. Finally, Professor Khalid Khan is a renowned gynecologist. Formerly, is the lead author of research, which you can find online on systematic review to support evidence-based medicine, which he won a BMA Medical Book Award. If I want to continue reading about his biography, I think this will take us the whole day. Allow me to invite Professor Khalid Khan to give us his presentation. You're welcome, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Can I just confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to start to share the screen, and you can let me know if the screen sharing is also working fine. Are you able to see the screen?
Properly, we can see.
All right. Thank you very much. So the topic of my presentation is about integrity in clinical trials. During my presentation, I am happy at any stage to take question or comment via the chat function, but also at the end of the presentation, if time allows, I can entertain questions. Further, tomorrow I will have another opportunity to join your course, and I will be delighted to take any further questions tomorrow. May I just confirm if this communication that I just said was received fine at your end? Would anybody in the audience be able to say if you heard me and saw the slides adequately at your end? Please, can you confirm? Eva Saleh said yes, so I presume I can just continue. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I intend to talk a little bit about myself, give you an orientation, and then talk about the three key aspects of trial planning, conduct, and publication, and finally give you a summary. So for myself, I started training as a doctor in Pakistan and to your region in East Africa, in Kenya, where I started my clinical training. Then I returned to Pakistan, followed on from there to research training in Canada. And then I spent nearly 25 years in the UK before just 2 years ago, 3 years ago, moving to Granada in Spain. Alongside this career, my first research article was published in 1990. My first systematic review was published in 1995. I had the opportunity to edit various journals, write a book on systematic reviews, and we will cover systematic reviews of trials in detail tomorrow. I also had the opportunity to work as research director in 2 large hospitals in the UK and was chief editor of a journal. And this experience gave me an understanding of the issues related to integrity. I had the chance to present content of this kind in various countries. I also was co-author of articles that recruited over 12, 13,000 participants in randomized trials. So with this background, I'm able to give you some understanding of what is research integrity and how it applies to clinical trials. So when we talk about integrity, frequently we talk about the thalidomide disaster. This obviously was investigated and then implemented as a correction of a previous decision by removing the drug from use in pregnancy. Another example frequently talked about is the syphilis experiments, which were conducted without proper consent. But this is historical. The question is this a common problem even today? So we can look at the COVID-19 pandemic. Here you see an article published in the New England Journal of Medicine, submitted or work undertaken at Harvard Medical School. So I presume you can imagine that the whole world will look at this article coming from a top institution, published in a top journal, as being highly informative. But guess what? Within days of its publication, expression of concern is issued. So we are talking about within a month of publication, there is a concern expressed. And then this article has been retracted subsequently. So you can see that top journals and world's top universities that win many Nobel Prizes are not immune from problems related to research misconduct. If this comes to you as a surprise, this is actually a worldwide problem. And over 200 papers concerning COVID-19 have been retracted already within just 3 years of the appearance of this condition on in the dictionary of medical literature. And 6 of these retracted articles have been randomized controlled trials. So with this background, I think any course of the kind that you are receiving, it's important for us to cover the issue of how to demonstrate in your publication that the trial that you conducted has integrity. Now, please don't think that this is a problem specific to comstech countries or low-income countries or African or Asian countries. Here is a survey from Holland, from Northern Europe, where you would expect that fraud in research is uncommon. But even here, 1 in every 12 researcher admits to there being a possibility of misconduct through their own personal experience in working in the current day. This is an article published only in 2021. And the issue of misconduct is now all over the literature, only if you cast an eye concerning this, not just in scientific literature, but also in the daily newspapers. and the definition of misconduct or problems concerning integrity is related to a serious deviation from the accepted practice. I think there is another element to this, which is that the deviation is intentional. And then there is a separate issue of how it should be investigated and what is the standard of proof for demonstrate. So the point I want to highlight here is that if you are going to undertake trials following this workshop, you should conduct yourself and engage in publication in a manner that you demonstrate that your research has integrity. That people, if they have questions, that once they look at your work, they can be confident that there aren't any integrity concerns. So with this background, I would then like to move to talk about different aspects of conducting a trial and how integrity should be demonstrably integrated in the process. At this stage, may I just ask if there is any comment or concern raised so far in my presentation, or may I continue? Okay, so
you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Heba, for confirming that I can continue. So here is the life of a clinical trial. You start with a clinical problem you want to solve, and the idea is that in the end, it should improve the outcome of patients. And it goes through a journey where your design trial needs ethics approval, following which it should be registered, the consent should be obtained, the data collected should be monitored before a manuscript is prepared for submission to a journal, and then publication ethics apply at that time. So with this in mind, we keep progressing. The challenge for researchers or trialists is that they stay clear of scientific misconduct and questionable practices, which are listed here. And they demonstrate in the publication that this is the case in their work. So ethics and conduct of the study are key issues with respect to scientific misconduct. And how can you demonstrate that you have stayed clear of these problems? Well, I have the privilege of being editor of the research topic on integrity of clinical trials in the Frontiers journal. So I speak to you with experience as a journal editor concerning this aspect. Well, first of all, what is a clinical trial? I think it would have been made clear to you that there is an overlap of terminology where some types of clinical trials, like phase 1 and phase 4 trials, are not randomized trials. Phase 2 and phase 3. Phase 3 definitely are randomized trials, and phase 2 can also be randomized trials. So these are the ones we are talking about. And a trial typically compares two options, a new treatment with an existing treatment, and follows people up to measure their outcomes. And the idea is that there should be a control group, there should be blinding implemented if that is possible, and the sample size should be adequate. And with these features, randomized trials and systematic reviews of randomized trials rank at the top of the evidence hierarchy. People are included in the sample with their consent allocated to control or intervention, then followed up, and their outcome is measured. And with the outcome data collected it's possible to construct a 2x2 table comparing the outcome of intervention against control. And with this, an effect size or odds ratio or relative risk can be calculated. This result is then, if the study conducted is with robust methodology, this result is then true and applicable to the study sample. And if the study sample is representative of the population, then this result is also applicable to the population that did not take part in the study as part of the sample, and perhaps is also applicable to the wider population. So the idea is to conduct the study in such a way that the result obtained is true and applicable to the sample and to the population wider other than the sample. For this, the trials need to be large. They need to have inclusion criteria that help to generalize the findings, and multi-center trials assist in achieving large studies that have generalizable findings. So with this background, we now move to thinking about research translation. Lab research can be applied then to human participants with the journey called research translation. And this journey involves various types of studies, and phase 1, 2, 3, and 4 trials fit in this research journey in the way as shown on the slide. Now, T2 translation or phase 2 type studies tend to be small pilot feasibility or early studies. The multi-center studies are the phase 3 trials, and these are then put through systematic reviews into guidelines. And the guideline aspect is something that we are going to talk about in more detail tomorrow. Research integrity applies to all aspects of the research, all across the translation journey. The two key principles in research integrity are ethics and professional conduct. So these are the two basic ideas behind research integrity and avoidance of misconduct. So I ask you a question. Let's say you are an investigator who's going to start a trial. It is a cluster randomized trial, and you would like to apply for ethics committee. Do you think, ethics committee approval, do you think you can ask the ethics committee to waive the need for informed consent? I think it is likely that most of you would believe that informed consent is 100% necessary. But in this case, I urge you to think that it's a cluster trial where instead of individuals, centers, provinces, or hospitals will be randomized, not individuals. And in this case, perhaps you could be brave enough to seek ethics committee approval for avoiding individual consent. In this case, I give you an example of a trial where I have been involved as a co-investigator. The intervention is peer support for breastfeeding. And the standard care is the usual care delivered, where without peer support, breastfeeding is being introduced or encouraged through health professionals. And in this situation, around 60 practices or clinic or community centers are randomized. And in this case, the individual consent, we requested that it is waived, and the ethics committee did give us approval to waive the consent in this case. Another example is blinding in a surgical trial, and we seek the committee to give us permission to blind patients, to allow us to not tell them that they are having a sham incision or an incision for the real surgery. And in this case, the committee also gives us permission to apply the sham incision and keeping the patient blind. So you can see that as an investigator, in order to conduct studies in a way that produce valid results, it is possible to seek approval for even for something that is considered a little bit unusual. Now, let's say the study has received approval. You, as a researcher, has appointed research nurses who will be obtaining informed consent. How can you ensure that the consent obtained will be the correct consent in accordance with the ethics committee approval? In this case, you can ensure that good clinical practice course is delivered within your research project, that all the staff taking part have undertaken this course and therefore will be able to comply with the protocol, will protect the participants' right, and will meet any regulatory or ethics committee requirements placed within the study. Indeed, if you work in a center that has the relevant department for oversight of studies, in some countries, these departments are called R&D departments, and other countries may have other names. They can subject your study to monitoring, audits, and inspections, and they will be able to check whether the consent is being applied correctly within your study. I now ask you another question. I imagine one of you in the course will be or will one day be the director of a hospital or a clinic, where you have the responsibility to give oversight to studies. You may not be the investigator, but you have the responsibility to ensure that investigators undertake the research according to the rules. In this case, if you receive a complaint, either from a patient or a staff member, that some patients have been recruited without consent or without proper consent, how will you investigate? Think about this question. It's an important question because no research should be conducted without proper consent. In this case, your department should have a policy available for investigation or offering oversight when a complaint is raised. Here you have a flow chart as an example that you can apply, and these type of flow charts can be found in various organizations that you can take and adapt for your own organization. So now, after dealing with the study that is conducted, we move to the issue of publication. The usual cycle of publication is the following. You submit, you are peer reviewed, you are sought revisions, you revise, and then you resubmit. At this stage, the paper may be accepted, or during the course of peer review or following publication, concern may be raised that the study has been conducted without proper integrity principles applied, or misconduct has taken place, either during the course of the study or during the course of its peer review and publication. Now, this is a serious matter because it appears through a published systematic review that a very large proportion of journals don't even have their instructions to authors clear concerning ethics approval. The International Committee of Medical Journal Editors insists that, for example, you should follow rules of publication ethics using, for example, the rules provided by Committee on Publication Ethics. One of those rules is that the trial should be prospectively registered. This registration means that the trial should be put on a public platform before the first patient is recruited. There are some basic requirements in this registration platform which should be met. And once the trial is registered, subsequently, before the study is submitted for publication, the protocol can also be published so that peer reviewers and the public has the opportunity to see what did you promise to deliver to the ethics committee. And at the time of peer review, the peer reviewers can assess whether what you did was according to your registration and the published protocol. At the time of submission to the journal, the peer reviewers can assess your article according to the consort guideline, and you should yourself prepare the article according to this reporting guideline. Now, the next set of issues concerning the statistical requirements for the publication of the trials. Now, we can see here that a large proportion of journals don't make their statistical requirements clear to authors. Ideally, the trial should make its statistical analysis plan also available publicly. The statistical analysis plan is not always part of the registration, nor is it always part of the ethics committee approval. It is usually something that is prepared during the course of the trial before the final data set is closed and made available for statistical analysis. Analysis plan available to the journal at the time of submission of your manuscript. So the question is, how often does data falsification or fabrication take place? A systematic review on this subject that put together data from 18 studies has shown that this is not an uncommon problem. We are talking about around 15% of people who say that they are concerned about data fabrication, falsification, or other issues in their colleagues, and about 2% admit in their own work. When complaints are made and investigations are carried out, in fact, a proportion are found to have conducted misconduct, but in a substantial proportion, no such finding is made, and an all clear is given to the authors following investigation. So you can see that even after your trial is published, you as an author remain responsible for cooperating with anybody who is undertaking misconduct allegation investigations. Depending on the allegation and the result of the outcome, or the outcome of the investigation, an expression of conduct of concern may be issued by the journal, and then a clarifier may be issued afterwards if no finding is made following investigation. But if an investigation reaches a particular conclusion, the article may be retracted. And in the course of investigation of suspected fraud or fabrication, there are guidelines that journals will follow. And one example of these guidelines is shown here, provided by the Committee on Publication Ethics. This is called post-publication peer review or investigation of allegation of data fabrication. Now, frequently, these data fabrication allegations are made through analysis of published article. The analysis of public article may involve various assessments. For example, whether the registration was retrospective, whether there is a mismatch between the RCT paper published and the trial registration. So you can see that as an author, it is important for you to make sure that it is demonstrable to the reader that your paper is based on properly registered trial that is compliant with what is registered and what is published in the protocol. And there are many other aspects that other people look at, and I won't go into detail, but I only gave you 2 examples relevant. However, beware that these aspects may not necessarily themselves be valid, and therefore there is also a concern that complaints are made in error or not made in good faith. I noticed there are some comments coming in, so I'll have a quick look at the chats. Okay, thank you. You appear to be making comments that are not raising questions at the moment. So I will continue. At this moment, I'll also, if you don't mind, have a quick look if any comment has been made via WhatsApp. And it appears that I have the green signal to keep continuing with my presentation. So here is a checklist used by journals, issued by a particular journal in a published article, which says that if various features, that they inspect various features at the time of submission. So you can see one of those features is they look at the fact as to how many authors are listed in the submitted article. And if there are less than 3 authors per systematic review, per randomized trial published, they might ask you for more information at the time of submission. Now, I highlight this here because you can see the journal chief editor has issued this guideline. But even on this guideline, there are comments raised about the article of this journal chief editor himself. And in their own published study, there may be other issues that may be raised. For example, Stephen Sen points out, he's a famous statistician, that maybe the tests used for making or generating allegations of concern about a trial do not necessarily comply with standards for statistics, and that in one case, the author of the test himself admits that his test may not identify fraud accurately. So in fact, post-publication tests for data integrity need further validation research. And I make this point because one of the subjects of research in our own department here in University of Granada relates to how integrity tests for clinical trials need to be validated in the future. Transparency is one of the key issues being demanded of trials as we talk today in this workshop. And there is a balance between transparency and demands for transparency, which are not based on proper investigation. And therefore, I urge you as future investigators of trials to be wary of this problem that you might be questioned about your trial in the future, and that you are prepared for it in order that when questions are raised, they are addressed in a transparent fashion, and that you are given the all clear as you go forward. So with this background, we have a quick look at the journey of your submitted article once the trial is completed. Editor will assess and maybe ask you for resubmission maybe ask for more information. They may reject the article, or when it is resubmitted, they may ask for example, they may ask you to provide your raw data. If you have provided the raw data and it is reanalyzed by the journal itself, and the answers match with the answers that you provided in the manuscript, your article may be evaluated for these aspects that I highlight here: prospective registration, statistical analysis plan, data sharing, transparency declaration, other features listed here, and then your article may be published. My objective is to highlight that it is better to avoid entering in a difficult conversation after publication and ensure that you already do all these things that I list here as you go along in your study, to reassure journal editors and readers that you have complied with honesty and transparency requirements in order to ensure that your trial has integrity. Demonstrably, it has integrity as people read it. The future of science will use artificial intelligence. So please be mindful that your registration document, your protocol, your statistical analysis plan, your manuscript that is submitted, available as a preprint or already published, may be subjected to assessments using artificial intelligence, and then issues may be raised about them for which you may be questioned. So with this background in mind, you have in fact in your handout been provided on page 88 of your handout a summary of a consensus concerning clinical trial integrity. This trial integrity statement consensus was, as you can see here, prospectively registered on the 3rd of December 2021, before the consensus project was started. And this allowed us to demonstrate that the consensus project is itself available to the public for inspection ahead of the conduct of the consensus. The consensus panel had various range of expertise relevant to clinical trial, to all the aspects of a trial, from the protocol development going all the way to its approval and use in a guideline. And the trial started with several tens of statements that were subjected to consensus, and ultimately, through consensus process, 88 statements were agreed upon and summarized in a consensus statement, which is now available as a preprint. But the data as to how the consensus went through the various rounds are already shared publicly on the 29th of June in 2022, approximately 6-7 months after registration of the project and completion of the work. And then the project went through a peer review being undertaken by a journal, but the preprint of the article already available for public scrutiny, even outside the peer review process that is normally confidential within the journal. And this preprint has now been accepted on the 3rd of March, just a few weeks earlier than this presentation in the journal. And as you can see, even before publication, it has been viewed over 1,000 times. So I urge you to use the same strategy for your own work. Preprint at the time of submission, data sharing at the time of submission, registration ahead of undertaking the first randomization. And this allows you to follow a process that is entirely open and demonstrable. And the integrity statement contains the statements under these 6 headings, which will allow you to conduct and publish your trial with demonstrable integrity. So in conclusion, your trials are not just for publication, they are for benefiting patients in the society. The doubts about research integrity are in fact shocking, and you should be able to nip this evil in the bud within your project by prospective registration, by protocol publication, by monitoring, inspection, and audits, and by demonstrating that these reports are all available publicly in a website or in the registration website or in an open science forum where you can publicly make your data available transparently. And with this, you can have your trial published with integrity demonstrable at every step, from ethics approval all the way through to publication and post-publication aspects. And with this, I bring my presentation to a close. And if time allows, I will be happy to take any questions. I already note that a question has been posted on the chat, and I just read out the question quickly and briefly and then try to address it. The question says that for medical products, articles claiming newer activities, doses other than approved, and many other claims already registered. So do these publication challenge get added to the patent dossier submitted regulatory? Dr. Yunus, you have put this question. I presume you are stating that what I have highlighted is the standard practice within pharmacy. Is that correct, Dr. Yunus? And I agree with you. If this is in fact the correct practice for regulators, then those people who undertake trials outside this regulatory framework should in fact also follow the same practice that regulators deploy in giving approvals. I totally concur with your comment, Dr. Yunus. I'm happy to take any further comments or questions via chat or through live comment.
Okay, thank you, presenters. We also have people. Yeah, we have people here physically who have some questions. Are you with us, sir?
Yes, I am there. There is a question. So Dr. Hiba has asked a question that you have been part of a new patent for a new drug. You say this is an animal study. So look, my presentation has been entirely about human randomized control trials. I believe there are integrity standards also for animal studies. So I urge you strongly to seek what the standards are for animal studies. I would also urge you to seek what the standards are in the regulatory framework where you at some stage will submit this evidence. And please follow all those standards. I believe transparency will be the strongest principle that you will be expected to follow in relation to this animal study that you put forward. I have time to take any questions that anybody wishes to put to me via the microphone in the audience. I'm very happy to do that.
Thank you. My question is related to the study you mentioned where you did cluster randomization. and you ask for a waiver, the informed consent. I couldn't figure out the reason why you should ask for a waiver. Yet the unit of analysis was going to be the individual, not the class.
Okay, so thank you for this question. I provided you this as an example. I was not making a recommendation that you should always seek a waiver. I simply provided you as an example to show that it is possible with justification to seek approval from ethics committee for things that can make your research simpler to conduct. Now, it is not necessary that ethics committee will give you that approval. But you as a researcher, if you feel that there is a justification, for example, if the outcome data are routinely collected and the patient does not have to go through any additional testing or investigation, then maybe you have a justification to seek approval from ethics committee. Now, if the ethics committee does not give you that approval, then of course you cannot just assume that you can waive informed consent. But I present that as an example to ask you to be brave in your planning, and with justification to ask important and possibly even difficult question to the ethics committee, and then work according to the approval that is provided to you by the ethics committee. You must work within the framework of the approval given by the committee. I hope that addresses the question you raised.
All right, thank you. There's another question here.
Please go ahead. I cannot hear. If there is another question, I'm happy to take another question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for a very
Dr.
nice
Maham, I cannot
presentation.
hear the question clearly.
Hello, can you hear now? Can you hear now?
I can hear you now more clearly. Yes, thank you.
So to repeat what I've said, I hope you hear me now.
I can hear you now. Please go
Can
ahead.
you confirm whether you hear me?
I can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you for the very nice presentation.
I am terribly sorry, but I got disconnected and I cannot hear you well.
One of the things you've talked about, and that is publication of the statistical analysis plan and the study protocols. I'm part of some trial we do ahead to action. Oh,
maybe. Can you hear now?
Look, let me just, if you can hear me, please confirm if I understood your question.
Is it something to do
right.
with the location?
Your,
do you hear me?
Yes, your question is about the statistical analysis plan, correct?
Yes, yes, but I didn't mention the question yet.
Okay, please go ahead. Please tell me what is your question.
Okay, perfect. So my question is, Would you recommend publication of the study protocol as being
Okay, so look, I understand your question is that you are asking if the statistical analysis plan should be published. Is that correct?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes. Are you asking if the statistical analysis plan should be published?
Sir, the
Dr.
participant
Maham,
is
if you can hear me, just let me know by.
Sir, the participant is typing the question because there's some voice issue.
Yeah, please
Yeah,
tell us what is the question.
Yes. He's typing it, sir. Just a minute, please. Thank you.
Please go ahead. Okay, Maham, that's a good question. Okay. Dr. Maham, I understand the question. Can I proceed with an answer? So, look, it is correct that protocols are not frequently published. It is also correct that statistical analysis plans are not frequently published. But there is no reason why they shouldn't be. Now, you are taking part in a course or workshop that is giving you advice concerning best practice. I think you should not expect to just do what has been done in the past. You should expect yourself to do better than and be more transparent than what has been done in the past. I urge all of you who are going to take part in trials and undertake their own trials that you should publish your protocols. You should publish your statistical analysis plans. Now, protocols and statistical analysis plans may be published in journals, but they can also be published on the prospective registration website or on other publication platforms. For example, the Open Science Framework offers this option for you to publish your protocol and your data analysis plan, but also to share your data. And there are various other preprint sites that would allow you to publish these documents that go along with your trial. So I hope we are encouraging you to do better than what is currently standard practice. And that should be the idea that comstech trials or comstech country trials show what is the future correct, enhanced, and high-level standard that all other countries doing trials should follow. Dr. Maham, can you confirm if that answer is received?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your time. Sir, we have 3 more questions, but we will take them only if you have time.
Look, I have 10 more minutes, but please don't forget, I will be available tomorrow during the systematic review meeting, and then we'll be happy to take the questions about today, tomorrow also.
Okay, all right, sir. I think we'll save these questions for tomorrow.
I think that would work much better for me if we can leave the questions for tomorrow, except for one last question, which is on the chat from Dr. Yunus, that safety is of prime importance. I think the question is, should safety be of primary of efficacy for both research and protocol? Well, of course, safety should be prime importance, but please, the colleagues who are talking to you in the course about safety, when you talk about prime importance, that is correct. But when we are talking about what is primary outcome, what is secondary outcome, please make a distinction between outcome required for planning sample size and the safety monitoring for patients taking part in a trial. And I urge you to have this discussion during the 2 days of your course, although I am not able to take part in this discussion because I'm not physically present, and I've got to bring this webinar of mine to close just now. But if there is a remaining question about this aspect, we'll be very happy to cover this tomorrow and when I turn up for my presentation. Dr.
All right,
Maham,
thank you.
could I bring my presentation to close?
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you very much for your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And inshallah, tomorrow we'll have a chance to talk more about today's presentation and about systematic reviews.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
So
We'll
we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I hope that's a very wonderful, I believe that's a very wonderful presentation. And there's one thing I've not added about the presenters who are just presented now. I'm just reading through his biography on internet. He has more than 20,000 citations just attached to his name, more than 20,000. So it's so vast in the area he has presented. And I believe tomorrow we are still going to benefit more. Coupled with the expert we have in our midst today. Right now we are moving to another stage of research ethics by Dr. Ahmed Fahim. Dr. Ahmed Fahim is a director of research and innovation and commercialization at Indus Hospital and Health Network in Pakistan. Allow me to read few of his citations. He's a clinical research scientist with more than 14 years of experience in conducting clinical trials, molecular epidemiology studies, and viral genomic studies. He got a degree in clinical, a postgraduate in virology and immunology, and also PhD in applied bioscience, computational discovery of drugs. Currently, is the Director of Research, Innovation, and Commercialization at Indus Hospital and Health Network, Pakistan. Allow me to invite him to come and give us his wonderful presentation. Over to you.
Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
My topic is technically rather more simple than the previous Dr. Khaled's talk. Dr. Khaled has actually summarized lots of concepts, and I'll just suggest that there will be a chance you can revisit his talk again and again on YouTube, and he'll share the material as well. So I must encourage you that he has actually discussed lots of actually technical issues, which I believe you need to know. Okay, my talk is relatively simple, and the way I have made it, this is what I perceive is it's easy to digest. Okay. Okay, so just a food for thought. I'm a good person. Why do I need to worry about research ethics? True that that we can't do much about the bad person who do evil things. However, you have to recognize that research ethics isn't just, or even mostly, about bad people doing bad things. Next slide. Okay, so it's all about imperfect people doing imperfect things for a variety of reasons. This has been discussed before when we were discussing bias, that at times bias may be unintentional. So here we have socially acceptable practice we later deem wrong. There might be some accidents while conducting trials, a misdemeanor, level wrongs that we try to justify. Example, taking shortcuts. That's something which frequently happens. Okay. So missing something, especially with new methods or technology, this frequently happens when we are conducting trials of different nature. As Dr. Khaled's presentation has actually talked about, that there were a lot of papers retracted. That was because some people intentionally or unintentionally weren't able to figure it out. There were some issues in their study. So, and no one can become involved in these ethics violations, so the wrongs of others. So it might be a possibility that you might be following a study which might not be that accurate. Okay, next slide. Okay, so just a question, why, although it's mentioned here in the slide, what do you think, why we need to consider about research ethics, particularly clinical research ethics in a clinical trial? Anybody? You can share your thoughts in a frank way. Okay, let me give you a scenario. Consider that you are actually being presented as a participant to be enrolled in a clinical trial, and there is a drug X, and the investigator is saying that this can be a particularly wonder drug with reference to a condition you might be having, and investigator is saying this wonder drug can do some really wonderful things. So what do you expect, what you need to know? Just ask yourself. What questions you'll be asking the investigator or the doctor who is suggesting that be enrolled in this particular trial?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, a quick comment about the first question you asked on the issue, why do we need the ethics in research? Basically, the ethics in research, they protect the person who is participating in the investigation, but at the same time, they also protect the investigator. That's why they are necessary. So me, if I'm a participant, the questions I will probably first ask is, first of all, is there any harm in the medicine or the procedure? Two, is there any good or benefits out of the procedure? And if there are any challenges or untoward actions which may result how can I be compensated?
Okay, so that's a brilliant answer, actually. What actually I want to deliver by asking this research question is that while generating evidence, there is a possibility. In fact, it's not a possibility, it's a fact that we are putting our participants in some harm's way. And that particular element has to be known by the participant if that participant is consenting. Okay, so my last line in the slide is people are thus means to develop useful knowledge and at risk of exploitation. Okay, so there are certain ethical principles of research, and I want that later, I really want that should learn this. Autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. Autonomy is that we respect the autonomy of the participant or of their representative. Then beneficence is to act always in the best interest of the participant. As I said, non-maleficence to do as little harm as possible to the participant. And justice is like to act fairly at all. Okay, so with reference to justice, researchers should not just place one group or of people at risk of solely for the benefit of other. Previously, lots of experiments like the Tuskegee experiments or other Nazi experimentations, lots of such studies have happened. And you can then anticipate why justice is so much needed. Then there should be an element of respect for research participants, respect for investigators, respect for knowledge and academic community. And then there'll be beneficence. The research is responsible for mental, physical, and social well-being of participants. So that's why actually we're doing a clinical study. Okay, so there is another element, benefits must be weighed against potential risk that a person might have by participating. Does anybody can recognize why I have actually wrote this? Actually, physicians can better comprehend this, that during clinical practice, when they're prescribing certain medicines, they're also aware of certain side effects which particular drugs might that particular have just in their routine clinical practice, yet still they prescribe it. Do you know why? Anybody can comment on it? We all know that cough syrups can make us drowsy, sleepy, yet we take cough syrups. So we know there is a side effect. Still, we take it. So what do you feel that if there is a trial where you might be studying some similar study and there might be evidence from the preclinical study that there might be some obvious side effects, still people in the scientific community at times give a green light to go ahead with that particular trial. You need to think of why they've actually prescribed in suggested in moving ahead. See, there is a delicate balance of what we are treating patients while they are having some side effects. So those side effects either can be managed if the therapeutic effects by a particular drug outweighs the side effects. So that's a calculation which also is done while weighing when we are dealing with clinical trials. Research should only be justified, its conduct and result will be of benefit to the participants. How the community will benefit should be clear from the research protocol. Okay, so there are certain elements like we have to be in basically promote responsible conduct while minimize the possibility of exploitation and harm and ensure the rights and welfare of subjects. Okay, now there is another question. At times, not all patients are similar. There are certain vulnerable groups which are more deemed to be exploited if a study is conducted. Any guess what those vulnerable groups comprises of? Which parts of community people are actually we are thinking of? Any guess?
Yes. Of course, there are very many vulnerable people who can be exploited. You can take the very poor, take the vagabonds on the road, the children, the women.
Oh.
Definitely, those are some of the groups.
You're very right. There are children, mentally handicapped individuals, as you they're then age, the geriatric population, prisoners, some illiterate people we just want to enroll. And this has happened actually very frequently in COVID trials, those with low social status. So all they are very considered as vulnerable groups, and people try to woo them and actually being enroll them in a trial. Okay, so that balance has to be maintained, while whether their benefits outweighs things. Okay, so with reference to ethics of clinical research, there are certain codes and guidelines over the course of history which has been developed, like US regulations are there. They're very comprehensive. Then there are laws and regulations from other jurisdictions, institutional policies and guidelines. You should be aware of them, and I encourage you that just Google them and see it. They are all very interesting stories of why there was an implementation of Nuremberg Code with reference to Nazi experimentation. Then there was the Declaration of Helsinki, the Belmont Report, then the WHO international guidelines, and then the GCP. The GCP will be covered tomorrow, inshallah, extensively. So anybody's actually aware of the Tuskegee experimentation, what happened, although Dr. Khalid has also touched it down. Is anybody aware of what happened? That's brilliant. That was a study which was conducted between 1932 and 1972 in a US Black population with reference to study of the course of syphilis. And the people were promised for lots of certain health benefits while they were not being given the right treatment. And that study was a mess. But I really want you to encourage to go through that study, because that will actually help you anticipate why ethics, considering clinical ethics, is so important. Okay, so there's a Belmont report that underlie ethically acceptable conduct of research involving human participants. It emphasizes on the principle of respect, justice, and beneficence. Then there is a Council for International Organization of Medical Science guidelines. They have guidelines, and they have repeatedly revised those guidelines repeatedly. The last one has been revised in 2012. And they have actually provided ethical justification and scientific validity for biomedical research, while also telling about the informed consent and the standards for external review and research in communities with limited resources. Then there is the ICH GCP. That particular guideline has also been extensively reviewed. And do you feel, do you think of why these guidelines are being repeatedly revised? As there is a obvious answer for it? The answer is very technical, not a scientific. Okay. Oh, sure.
I think one or two reasons. There have been emerging new conditions, which probably were not existing at that time, like HIV. When it came into the field, they had to do the revision. But I do also recall that I think the previous provisions, there were some aspects which were deliberately suppressed for one reason or other. But now, as the world becomes more and more enlightened and whatnot, they have had to address those issues. Like, I think abortion, use of fetuses for experimentation, things of that nature.
Okay, so we are really near to it, what I'm thinking. Actually consider that we are on a course of, or a journey of finding the ultimate truth. That's like a journey. And we come across different diseases. We had already set some principles with reference to imagining certain diseases. Then we come across some new diseases, some new conditions, some new medical devices, some new drugs, which at times previous principles may not apply. And we might have to consider, like lots of things happened during COVID. There was a debate which happened in Pakistan regarding the use of placebo in COVID trials. So just want to give you a small story about this so that you can anticipate. So when the COVID strikes across the globe, there were certain trials which Dr. Abdul Rashid has mentioned. Lots of trials were conducted in Pakistan as well. So you might have heard of that. Some of those trials were given EUA, Emergency Use Authorization. So you have to think of why such new terminology was invented for this particular COVID drug. And lots of principles which are very strictly followed in COVID in usual trials were actually relaxed internationally. So why it happened? Any reason? That's also a very, you can say, technical answer. Why they were relaxed? We were having some drugs which we have probably hypothesized that this can probably cure COVID, or not cure, but make some difference in the outcomes of COVID patients. And we have no idea what this drug can do on the side effects front. Yet some US and some other countries relaxed, although they are routinely not relaxed. Why? Because there was no any drug available for COVID. People were dying, and there was nothing there in the market. There was nothing to use. So that's why placebo, even with such a deadly disease, initially placebo was allowed. But later, as you will, inshallah ta'ala, learn tomorrow, the concept of standard of care and the use of placebo, some authorizations were taken back after when there was a standard of care available with proven, okay, this drug works and this drug does not work. So that placebo limitation, that placebo relaxation was immediately taken back when some drugs were available, even though there was minimal therapeutic effect reported. So COVID actually gives, this COVID pandemic actually gives a lot of learning resource regarding research ethics as well, and why certain drugs were allowed to do for conducting trials. Okay, so there are some ethical principles. 8 principles we have. We should consider collaborative partnership. Then there will be a valuable scientific question, valuable scientific methodology, fair subject selection, favorable risk benefit, independent review, informed consent, and respect for involved subjects. So why do you feel we are ethically considering collaborative partnerships on an ethical ground? Do you see any reason? Okay, I'll give you another story. I am owner of a drug company, and I have actually manufactured one drug. I believe this work can work. I want to collaborate with people from different countries. And now I'm looking for investigators, potential investigators. I'm offering them huge money. Okay, you conduct this trial and you'll have lots of money with reference to this particular conduct of the study. Do you feel this is something ethical? Anybody? Okay, so that happens. That happens in every country which is conducting clinical trial. And this is a very common case scenario. That's why the importance of institutional review board or ethical review committee is there, who actually looks after these things in a very critical way. Okay, so collaboration in planning, conducting and overseeing research and integrating research results into the health system. Then there'll be contribution of partners, buyer for respect. Okay, so you must need to, when I'm writing here, I must want to introduce you with the concept of sponsor initiated trials and investigator initiated trials, because that's something very important, and that's also comes under this particular collaborative partnership umbrella. In an easy way, for an easy understanding, sponsor initiated trials are generally bring by some research big pharma companies. They are just sponsoring it, although there is an investigator involved, but a big or pharmaceutical company is actually spending, it's funding it so that that particular trial can be conducted. Now, there are lots of trials which are not actually have a commercial significance. They're just hypothesized and conducted to modify or improve clinical practice. So for those studies, this happens that sponsors might not be interested because there is no commercial interest involved. Yet there might be a possibility that some really good evidence can be generated which can help people in modifying their clinical practice and improving those clinical practice. I'll just take a 2 minutes break. Okay, so let's resume. So as I said before, this particularly pertains to my last comment that lots of investigators working in a different clinical settings or hospital settings, they come up with a research question and they may think that this particular therapy probably can be beneficial for something which it wasn't used for before. So there are certain criteria like it should be socially, clinically, or scientifically a useful question. Okay, so with reference to social value, although it's mentioned, I still want your feedback regarding what can be a social value with which can be considered with reference to a trial. Well, what social aspects you might be looking for when I come up with a trial? Anybody? Okay. So what I'm asking is that I have come up with a clinical trial I want to do. Say, for example, I want to study hepatitis B drugs we want to conduct a trial on hepatitis B. And you were reviewing my study. Okay, and I come up with a question that, okay, this wonder drug can cause complete therapeutic treatment. But on the other hand, you also notice that, say just for an example, hepatitis B is not the problem of your country. So you can ask why this particular study is being conducted here. Although the trial might be valid. But you might be thinking of why this particular study is being conducted here when this is not a problem for us. You can raise that question on ethical grounds. Because after all, when you're enrolling patients in a clinical trial, you are putting them in harm's way. So as I have mentioned here, community in which participants live, people with similar conditions, society, future people, etc. So all these factors come with reference to social value, considering all the ethical aspects. And then there'll be valid scientific methodology. Lots of clinical trials are being shot down by any ethics review committee or scientific committee when they feel the problems of effect size or the problems of not enough enrollment are there. And simply on the basis of methodology, they're not being allowed to conduct because the question is at times not that valid enough. So that question, scientific question, has to be valid, reliable, generalizable, and interpretable data. Inshallah, in my tomorrow's talk, I'll talk more about that protocol development area. Then there'll be scientific validity, as discussed by Dr. Qadri earlier in the morning. There'll be choice of endpoints, choice of design, choice of procedures, statistical methods, feasibility. Both of these issues have been discussed by Dr. Qadri and in Dr. Khalid's talk as well. Okay, then there'll be fair subject selection. I think with the feedback I have received from you, I think you people are aware what fair subject selection is. Should guide inclusion criteria, recruitment strategies. Why I'm stressing here recruitment strategies, because at times the sponsor, I am a sponsor and I'm running a trial. And I'm confronted with a situation where I have to finish my trial in 6 months and my enrollment target is lagging behind. So what I do is I am now becoming greedy and ask my investigator to include low socioeconomic people in the inclusion criteria and start enrollment. So now I am trying to intrude some unethical practices in my trial just to complete my enrollment target. That happens very frequently across the globe. Then it has to be fair subject selection has to minimize harms, fairly distribute harms and benefits, no exclusion without justification. So if you're not actually considering some person for eligible for that trial, you must be knowing why you have excluded that particular group, because you have actually made a case that this wonder drug is something really good. So you as a review committee member, you can ask, okay, so this wonder drug can work. Why some groups of people are not being included? must have a very solid argument for that. Okay. So as I said, as I've repeatedly talked about, favorable risk benefit are risks to subjects necessary and minimized. Any example why some risks can be minimized in a trial? What risks? Okay, I'll give you a short example of it. In certain trial situations, what happens is I'm come across a trial which I have to conduct, and during the course of the study, I see that there are 10 pricks, 10 needle pricks in certain first the enrollment day and then the subsequent 2 days. I'm seeing that for certain investigations, those pricks can be reduced, but I'm insisting, nahi, okay, so you have to prick patient every time. I must have a very solid argument to suggest that reason. Otherwise, any review committee or ethics committee can say, why you are putting patients under so much harm when by only 2 pricks you can collect all the samples. And that's a very, very frequent troubleshooting on ethical grounds, which happens in a trial. Okay. Okay, independent review. So that's something very important, because there might be a possibility that, as I've repeatedly given this example, I am owner of a big company and I have a wonder drug. And one of my best friends is also a good investigator in a university. And I asked him, okay, you sit in an IRB, review my protocol and just give me some leverage. That happens all the time. So in these instances, all these things have happened previously. Lots of scandals, scams have been pulled out on these particular areas. So disclosure of the conflict of interest is something very, very routinely exercised just because of these. Even with aggressive monitoring, it still happens. It still happens that I somehow squeeze and can coerce some investigators in a university to do that particular work, which is not ethically acceptable. Okay, so informed consent. Considering all the ethical aspects, I must say, I also learned all the aspects gradually. Probably I was a very foolish person, so it took me around 14 years. I'm still learning. I haven't known lots of ethical issues till now, and I'm still in the phase of learning. So the easiest thing which I considered while trying to identify all the informed consent is I asked myself a question. If I am being enrolled in a clinical trial, what questions I ought to be answered by the hospital or the investigator or certain people who are trying to give me that particular, they're looking for enrollment. So informed consent ensures that individuals have the opportunity to decide whether they want to participate in research or continue participation, and whether it is compatible with their goals, values, and interests. Now, I have a very interesting figure. So I'll tell you that figure in the next slide. It's informed consent is basically disclosure of all the trial information, the reference to all the benefits, all the harms which you have anticipated during the course of all the preclinical and previous clinical trials data. Then you must make sure that the person who is giving the informed consent is actually understanding it. Voluntary decision making. I should not be wooing or coercing the trial participant to enroll in my study, and then there is an authorization. So what happens is, as you can see, there is a mambo jumbo of information which at times investigators bombard with participant with reference to disclosure of information, and the participant has no idea what's happening around. This is happening, and this is why we are going to enroll you, and this is what we are going to ask, this is what we're going to draw blood, and this is what you're going to go follow up, and this is and this. So this happens. See, although I've used this cartoon and I haven't taken permission, sign here to indicate you hear no idea, you have no idea what you are signing to. So at times, this is what the case in informed consent is. Then respect for enrolled subjects. So, okay, now there's a scenario where I have, as a participant, given my consent because of now I have considered that the trial is safe and I can safely enroll in that. After 2 days or after 20 days, I realize, no, this drug is something fishy. I believe, or I realize that some people have died of, or they are having some unusual side effects. And now my decision of approving this trial is now, now I'm in a phase of hesitation. So what should I? So there is a clause in every informed consent that the participant can anytime invoke their authorization in the trial, and then they can retract their consent. So it also happens sometimes that this doesn't happen, but patient confidentiality is breached. A person is somehow data is leaked, and that data is known that this person has been enrolled in a clinical trial, and on that ground, that particular person can invoke its informed consent. Okay, so this particular area has been covered, so I'm not going to go through, but just I'll read it. Ethical consideration come into play at 6 stages of research from another angle, like I'm conceiving study, but my conception is flawed. Participants are recruited. The process of informed consent and the right to privacy. I'm having some fishy things have included in the trial. Then during intervention or managed measurement procedure to which participants are subjected, I am thinking that, okay, I know this person and I want that this particular wonder drug should be received by this particular person. And that biasness routinely happens. And therefore it's covered by some other concepts of blinding and concealment, which will be discussed tomorrow, inshallah. Then there will be release of results. So during the times of COVID, there was another thing which I learned was that during the course of the trial, when we are not aware of what this particular drug works, so a trial is happening and you see that certain portion of the study results are released or published, yet you also hear that the study is not completed. The study will complete in the next 2 years. So that decision is taken on a very, very critical scientific ground, what information has to be released and whether the participants' confidentiality is protected or not. Then after the release of results, we ensure that participants and communities involved in the research are for benefit. Okay. So there are then other issues of deception, plagiarism, research does not have a scientific base, lack of objectivity integrity. I'm not going to touch that particular area of application falsification. So I want to give you a food for thought for these particular areas now, because not at every time you come up with a drug. There might be other procedures, devices, where you need to do a trial. Whether one procedure can be something good for, and one procedure which is have been doing for the last 100 years, now that procedure is worthwhile or not, that new procedure, this happens all the time. And then prenatal diagnostics, like at times you may come up with certain very high-tech advanced techniques where you can identify certain genetic diseases by prenatal identification of certain diseases. So now people have also subjected to think of whether we can do a trial for treating diseases by using methods of prenatal diagnostics. So I just want you to frame yourself with these questions, whether you are doing it and what particular research questions you can, what particular ethical issues you can come up with. And this is probably we can discuss tomorrow. Okay, so here comes the role of, very important role of the regulatory agencies. So drug regulatory agencies are in every country where the drugs are being marketed or being constituted for subjected for clinical investigation. It isn't so there are national competent authorities which help to ensure the well-being, safety, and protection of persons who participate in clinical trial. Tomorrow's talk will be inshallah on clinical trials monitoring. I'll be discussing how that particular area is being ensured. And it is in the best interest of all stakeholders, including patient representatives, to cooperate. Okay, so this something is different, but still I want you to think again, some food for thought. Thinking about research ethics can't make you a good person. But research ethics, as I've said, certain examples may give you a map of certain ethical issues which you may confront. Okay, and then it can't solve the problems you might have, but at least it will give you an idea or a recognition of that these things you might be facing. It will also help you recognize when you are entering an ethical challenge situation to what to do or what to ask for or who to contact. Oh, thank you. That finishes my presentation.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. So now we are going to have some few minutes. No, I'm going to entertain it. That's what I want to announce. So we are going to have like 15 to 20 minutes of interactive session. Even those presentations since morning, if you have some questions, you can say bring them up. But this 20 minutes just for interactive session. Then after this, we go for our tea break. Then we call the program of today. As we are having this session, I want to pass a list. So I want everybody to check their names, whether they are spelled correctly, because this is the list we are going to use for the certificates. So over to you, sir.
Thanks for that very wonderful presentation. I have two issues. One is, okay, I've been reading around the two issues. IUIU is Islamic University in Uganda. So, the question you think about it and the place of Islam, we could try this. Ethics, no, probably not now. And another piece is lateral thinking. In ethics, in research, we think mainly about the participant. But the other stakeholders, one there is the investigation team, which has the PI and the research assistant, so co-investigator. We focus our ethical lenses on the participant. But what about the other the research assistants? I'll give you a scenario. In those the Nazi wars, we are putting people in the fridge to see. They must have been randomized trials. Now the researcher, the PI, had his intention, but he wasn't physically the one doing the logging of people in the fridges. There must have been other people being forced to do this. You know, they need to be protected also because they must have been traumatized also. So where is the focus on the researchers? I mean, because this arises from the power structure of research institutions. The research assistants we usually participate, also coerced to participate in money. I promised them to come to collect my data, I'll give you $1,000 per money they've never dreamed of. And that's coercion. So they come and do things probably which go against their moral. A Muslim, if you are telling me to go and now give people alcohol every 30 minutes to see what happens, you're traumatizing me. I know I'm doing it, but I'm being coerced. So how do we protect those? We focus a lot of attention in the participant, but the researcher are also supposed to be.
All right, thank you, sir. So do we still have other people with questions here so that we can take it at once, if possible? Can we take it once, or you want to respond one by one?
So I believe I'm very short knowledge with reference to Islamic jurisprudence with reference to this particular question. I just want to say, and then I'll request Dr. Qadri to add on this particular matter. The element of person security is very, very strict in Islamic principles, very strict. And as I said, as you said, there are optics of trials when we see certain elements of research just with that particular optics. But if you compare it with the Islamic rules, they're more generalized. And by default, this is what my perception is, that all trial related matter by default comes in that particular umbrella. So, but I'll request sir to answer that.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Couldn't expect any less from you, sir. Thank you very much for proposing this particular food for thought. And just thinking off the top of my head, I think of the hadith regarding Islam, Iman, and Ihsan. And even if you don't watch Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He watches you. So I think when you're looking at that particular concept, to us as researchers or as research educators, this translational science, ilm nafi, it's all about personal integrity, doing ihsan in terms of recognizing what one is performing as an ibadah, looking at it, at the integrity and research ethics as part of your moral responsibility of hukuk al-ibad. This can all be integrated. I saw your mission statement and your vision statement, and I said, my God, this is beautiful, because this is all we teach in our research ethics. We talk about the fact that when you are saving one life, you're saving the entire humanity. So we are obligated to prevent harm. We're obligated to ensure justice. We're obligated to ensure beneficence to society, but also not harm the individual. So from our perspective, I would say that Islam is very much in consonance with the welfare of both the public as well as the researcher and the research community. Because when we are looking at another ayah from the Quran, as you know, وَلَا تَزِرُ وَازِرَةٌ وِزْرَ أُخْرَى, every individual will bear his own burden. So when we are looking at the research integrity and integrity of each individual within the operating team, they all need to bear their own burden. Yes, there can be coercion involved. There can be compromising of autonomy and all those things. But then again, you have to turn back and be witness against yourself, even if you have to speak up the truth. That's why research integrity and also whistleblowing as part of this research integrity is very much a part of research ethics. That if you see something wrong, speak out or stop with your hand, or at least feel that it's wrong in your heart. So I think all our ethical principles, I've been very fortunate to be taught by my dean, Muhammad Amin. He was a philosopher and an ethicist at Shifa College of Medicine, where I spent 12 years under him as an associate dean. And part of our job was to get the Islamic University scholars to come in and meet the physicians who are involved in research and looking at newer data and newer areas of challenges, such as assisted reproduction and stem cell research and all that. So we had the scholars meeting the researchers in a series of meetings. And at that time, my role was to be the scribe. So I could see what was flowing from here, what was coming there, and I simply had to put it together. So today, when you ask me these questions, I go back in time 15, 18 years back when all these issues were discussed. And when we teach, all this is a summary and integration of all our values that we get from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and then you try and put it together with the rules of good clinical practice, then you cannot go wrong. Because to us, those who like to take credit for what they have not done, like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran. So it's all about plagiarism. It's all about taking credit for what you have not referenced, somebody else's. So all those things were discussed extensively. And then somebody put together a book on medical ethics. His name was Shehzad, Dr. Shehzad from this International Islamic University in Islamabad, who put together most of the discussions in the form of a research ethics book that was taught to medical students at that college. So this is what the Islamic University would be considered to be the role models, to be the middle nation, to try and say that these are the extremes we are practicing in research. This is how the researchers have to be protected. This is how the research environment has to be protected, and this is how the students have to be protected, and this is how the participants have to be protected. So I would say that, you know, I mean, like, we will find all our answers from the Quran and the Hadith related to this, because this is all about together, come to good clinical practice. So, but for me, I have yet to come across. Yes, we have certain Western secular ethics coming in research ethics that we talk about, but I don't find too much conflict with what are the morals and the ethics that we have to derive essentially from our religion. So we use that right appropriately, but yet a lot of times you have to make a decision for people based on their moral values and religious values. So if you have a community in Uganda, which is a balanced community of Christians and Muslims and any other faiths, then what you have to do is, when you are enrolling people, you have to talk to people based on their religious values and preferences. I would not be able to implement something which may be in conflict. Usually I feel all Abrahamian religions will not have a conflict in these moral issues. But yes, because of our understanding of differences, we need to be able to sit in the position of the participant from their religious values and backgrounds, or the researchers to be able to answer questions which could be challenging, like assisted reproduction and others. I hope it touches on some of the answers.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is a bit similar to that of the Dean. We have seen scenarios, for example, in countries like the United States, where the people who are low in the socioeconomic status, there are flyers out there that are advertising clinical trials, and then these people sign up because they actually do need the money, but then it's a common practice. So what is being done to check this? And then you mentioned something about the scandals that we hear about. And then you give the example of having a friend probably who works with the regulatory bodies, and I ask him to check my protocol. Are there scenarios where I, as a clinical trial investigator, lead investigator, I don't declare this conflict of interest, but then I go ahead and do what I'm supposed to do, and then I get good outcomes, or what the outcomes that I'm supposed to measure, and then I publish this? Isn't this unethical? Or what if I don't declare the conflict of interest? Who stands to lose?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. I think I'll bifurcate your question into two parts. One is regarding the flyers. Okay, so what happens is when we draft a protocol, that protocol plus its informed consent form, plus the CRF form, plus the flyer, plus every other document which is related to protocol is being subjected to IRB review. Plus, that particular dossier is also being reviewed on a different mandate by the regulatory authorities. So the ethical review is conducted by the research committees, which in some instances people say IRB, or some people say the ERC, Ethics Review Committee, or Institutional Review Board. But that particular area is very extensively reviewed, because there is always a chance of coercion by offering too much money. I'll give you an example. I come across a trial 2 years back, and I realized that for that particular trial, in the enrollment, the compensation for patients' participation, that usually compensation is given in terms of travel and inconvenience they're having by repeated visiting of the hospital. So that was too much. So I asked the sponsors, why are you offering that money? And the sponsor was not able to give me a reasonable answer. And I just suspected there might be something fishy. But this was something I had subjectively guessed. IRB or ERC very objectively review that. Like they say, okay, so they will ask questions like, okay, you'll be enrolling participants from the city. So coming to that particular site from the city will account what type of money. They'll have an idea of this amount of money will be charged by the taxis or the public transport or things like that. Plus there'll be inconvenience allowance for lunch or something like that. So it has to be reasonable, but it has not to be too much so as to actually affect the decision-making of the trial participants. Okay. Save for the second question. Actually, I forgot for the second question.
Can she ask again?
Yeah, I think, sir, I think I've given a so long answer that I forget that second part.
As a lead investigator in a clinical trial, what if I don't declare my conflict of interest? For example, if I have a friend who approves the clinical trial protocols, who stands to lose?
Okay. So the scenario which you presented actually is still happening. There are lots of committees, regulatory agencies which look after these things. The regulatory agencies are looking for indirect means of sponsors contact with investigators, and at times they do ask certain questions which are very critically directed to identify that particular conflict of interest. Still, there is a possibility that 20 years back, I was with a person who studied with me in my medical school, and now I haven't contacted that person, and all of a sudden that person appears and say, okay, I am a owner of a company, and just review it and do certain things. So that always happens, but there are regulations. The ethics committee review it. Plus, as I said, this still happens. So you want to add anything?
I mean, I don't know if I need to add anything more to this, but I hope the answer kind of clarifies that, yes, I mean, like sometimes you will have a known conflict of interest, and it's always nice to declare it upfront. But sometimes there will be an unknown conflict of interest, just like it might just show up during the course of a thing. So the right thing, a strategy I would think would be to, at that point, when you're aware of a conflict of interest at any stage, then declare that conflict of interest by sending a letter or note to the IRB chair and letting them know, because after all we've learned this morning from Professor Khalid's talk is about research integrity and transparency. So as transparent as possible if you make things, then even if you have not upfront declared a conflict of interest, but during the time that something showed up and you actually recognized it and declared it, that will add to your credibility and integrity as a researcher and of your research team. I think it's all about that. And that trust is so important in research. I would say that research ethics, a lot of ways, has even more stringent rules, especially from Islamic point of view, than clinical ethics, because here you may not benefit individuals and you may be benefiting future patients, and that individual also need to be protected from harm. So all that balance needs to be done, and so research ethics obviously encourages people to look at all angles, and these are the questions that need to be asked by the IRB. The IRB needs to have an appropriate composition of 5 or 7 or 9 members and fair representation from both genders, as well as people who have a public standing or representative, or somebody who has perhaps who has some scholarly background, religious knowledge, or anything else in the community that is of respect. And they need to be coming in as advocates of the community. So IRB processes, we should never try to hurry them up. We should try to be very transparent in all the processes submitted, and we should try to answer all the queries that the IRB inquires. And the IRB has a responsibility to ensure that even every year the study is re-inspected and the integrity is maintained throughout the course of those things to identify any of these new issues that come up. Thank you. Any other questions related to? Please go ahead. Maybe the mic is there.
You have a question?
Thank you, the presenter. My question is about the research activities involving children. And we know in most cases, parents consent on their behalf. But also we know as children grow, they develop critical thinking and they should be allowed to participate in matters that concern them. So in this regard, randomized clinical trial, I would like to know at what age would you be comfortable with the child consenting to be part of a study, which is randomized control trial?
I'm again, and being not a pediatrician, I would say that, you know, some of my answers, maybe you'll be able to help us out. But obviously one of the rules that governs clinical trials in children is the principle of assent along with the consent. So anytime somebody comes up and a parent or any other guardian gives a consent, it's important to explain to the children in the words that they can understand, and they have to actually nod yes or say no. And that assent is extremely important when children are being used. So, and yet there are certain diseases, children are not young adults, as pediatricians always say, and there are certain problems that are specific for children, and studies need to be conducted in children for that. So if your pediatric unit and if your clinical trial unit is approved and you want to conduct studies on children, unfair exclusion is also a problem. If there is a problem with childhood illnesses, or maybe ankylostoma or duodenal hookworm or something like that, perhaps in certain areas, then and if you're not taking children, how can you generalize findings from adults to that? So you can feel comfortable with children in randomized controlled trials as long as they have the ability to have assent. Now, when we are talking about neonates and others and all that, obviously we all understand that trials may still be conducted, particularly with regard to neonatal resuscitation techniques and all those things, PALS and all those, advanced life support techniques that come through. But a lot of them may be coming not just recommendations from randomized controlled trials, they may come from other observational data as well. So when you are looking at children and women or pregnant women or prisoners or others, all of them who are vulnerable subjects, the vulnerable subjects should not be unfairly excluded, but they can be included with the appropriate, steps of protection, data safety monitoring board, interim analysis frequently, and also additional precautions based on the age group that one is dealing with. It's just like dealing with people with dementia. Like they may be like even have lower IQ than children of 6 years age. Where a lot of people may not be in that range to make their own decision. But if you explain things in terms that they can understand and they say, I think though that assent has to be taken. I've had problems doing kidney biopsies on people where the mother has given consent and told me, don't tell the child. I said, oh, he's getting the kidney biopsy. How come I cannot tell? How come? No, he will be sedated, don't tell. I said, I'm sorry. This is not how it works. He's getting the procedure. If he says, I'm not going to do it. And I find out when I didn't do it, some interventional radiologists did it. Why? Because we discounted the value of that human life as somebody with integrity. And at that age, that assent was essential. So I would say that, I don't have much experience in enrolling children in trials just because I'm an internist and nephrologist. So all my patients are by design adults. Yet I've taken care of pediatric patients during my fellowship and other areas through rotations. And I understand that their clinical ethics requires extra precautions, extra safety measures. I wouldn't conduct bioequivalent studies on them if I didn't have all the safety measures and all those things. So a lot of things that can be generalized to children, do them in adults, those trials. But what is only a children's problem that can only come from evidence generated with research on children using the same good clinical practices and integrity and ethics. I hope it addresses some of it.
All right, thank you.
Can I add something to it? Because good exposure. There are three issues to consider when you're testing this. One, each country has the age of consent, legal. That's the legal age of consent. In Uganda, it's 18 years. In the Nordic country, it's 16. That's called the legal age of consent. So they can be included 16 years. In the Nordic countries, here it's 18. That's the legal age of consent. Below the legal age of consent, the rule is you must get parental or a guardian consent. And then we have another category which we call emancipated minor. For example, among Christian, sometimes you get teenage mothers who are 14. Now we involve them in research. We get their consent directly because we look at them as emancipated minor. So
Okay.
Thank you, professors, and I'd like to thank the participants. Mine is a bit general. It may not be so much directly to clinical trials, but it is an issue related or running between two issues, consent and deception. Through my readings and studies about ethics, I was told of a story. I don't know whether it was true from medical perspective, but maybe to derive at home the issues between consent and deception, that in one community, there were two groups of people. One was really suffering from leukemia, and the other was a bit resistant. But researchers had wanted to find out what could be happening between these two groups so that to help maybe to come up with some effective systems and responses. But the group which was was not getting the effects or showing the signs refused to give the samples. I don't know how we could go about that. Can we deceive them that maybe we are doing something else in order to get the samples so that we can really study and come up with some kind of positive responses? Thank you. I'm an economist, and some people were asking me about my
again,
specialization in medicine, but I'm an economist.
I
Thank
think
you.
it's a very, very relevant point, and I would say that you know, I mean, like I think I've lost my thought now. Something was coming and I lost it. But your main point is that yeah. So I mean, I guess in everything, again, the Islamic principles that I understand of ethics is always of maslaha, which is public welfare, taking precedence over individual rights. So a lot of times you do things based on public welfare and public for the larger good, and their best benefits of individual harm or minimal harm versus maximal benefit to the public at large, whose problem there is part of that justice and distributive justice we talk about. So it's extremely important to then bring in that kind of an ijtihad into the process, where one can think about the fact that whatever, so when we look at the issue with COVID and masking, and I respect every people's view, and people I used to pray with at my masjid, local masjid, people had their views about masking or not having a distance and shaitan coming in between and all these things. And and then there were people from the public health perspective, larger harm coming in by not maintaining distance of 3 meters between people who are praying. And I think that was a classical example of maslaha and public welfare, even supervening and overruling decisions about keep your feet together, no shoulder to shoulder, feet to feet, no distance between. Sometimes even people go on everybody else's toes because they take it so seriously and literally. And yet that particular example in both Haramain and other places, you saw that distancing was maintained for several years of the COVID, because the larger harm of the public welfare of the maslaha overtook the individual preference of somebody following the Islamic rules of standing close together. So these are the ways I think we need to have solutions, ongoing living solutions and debates in the Muslim world, and the Islamic universities in particular should be seats of learning where these kinds of questions and difficult questions are addressed, and they are actually applied, and public has some kind of an understanding from the perspective. So I respect all the questions that are coming in. You don't have all the answers. They may throw more questions, but I hope we can continue with the same excitement that you have today, and we should be able to, inshallah, hopefully, continue with the same rhythm and vigor and interest tomorrow, and revisit some of the areas that we had to hurry up. I think some of the things were not under anybody's control in the morning, and so because of some of the delays, all of us were pressed for time. And I also have a topic which is not something that we can squeeze in anybody's brains, and that's why I had to stop when the time was right. And similarly, I think we will have to conclude today's session at this point in time. And if there's any announcement from the organizers here locally, welcome that. And thank you for your support. Thank you for your challenging questions. And thank you to all our faculty members and speakers and facilitators for helping us out. It's a challenge, but the way things are going, inshallah, we are going to be benefiting the most when we leave the place. Thank you very much for inviting us and sharing your thoughts. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
All right, thank you so much. We have come to the end of today's session. The next thing now is tea break. But I want to pass on an important announcement that tomorrow, I want us to start earlier. I want people to convene here tomorrow by 9 o'clock. We have our tea break first, then we continue with the training immediately so that we can save time. I know there are a lot of questions that we're actually saving for today, for tomorrow, so that we can actually entertain a lot of questions tomorrow. Do you have other communication? Do you have any communication? All right, so we can now go for our tea break. Thank you so much.